avoid reckless talk that could derail President William Ruto's efforts to unify the country. Speaking during a church service in Nandi County, Kindiki urged leaders to support President Ruto, whom he said has made sure every part of the country is included in the nation's development agenda.
Kama kiongozi wetu amefanya bidii kuhakikisha kila sehemu ya Kenya wanajisikia wao ni sehemu ya maana ya Kenya, isipokuwa mtu amezaliwa wapi, ni wa kabila gani, ni wa dini gani, ni wa rangi gani. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba, wakati tunafanya mambo yetu, shughuli zetu kama wanasiasa na viongozi, tusiumize hiyo bidii ambayo rais ameweka kuleta taifa pamoja.
At the same time, Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei rejected widespread claims that President Ruto will pick a new running mate in the 2027 general election.
Going into the future of 2027 to 2032, the Deputy President of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto is Professor Senator Kithure Abraham Kindiki, kwa sababu ya shukrani yetu kwa kusimama na kijana yetu Rais William Ruto. So I want to tell wenzangu, kama ni wale tuko broad base, kama ni wale wanataka tufanye kazi pamoja, viti yote mbili ya juu ya rais na deputy shaenda. So jipange, labda waombe ile ya kanisa ama sijui ya gani, but they should watafute ingine, kwa sababu hii yako ni assured.
The senator also defended the controversial Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Amendment Bill 2024 that President Ruto signed into law last month, saying it's designed to protect Kenyans from online harm.
Kuna hii sheria ya cybercrime na sijasikia sauti ya kanisa. Na hiyo cybercrime ilikuwa kutoa uchafu kwa mtandao, like religious extremism, vitu chafu vijana wanaona. I need to ask the church, take a stand on this law. This law, I say this, sisi tunatukanwa kuanzia asubuhi mpaka kesho kutwa, anatujali. But we want to protect the young generation. We want to bring integrity in the use of social media. So I want to appeal to the church. Please take a stand on cyber law that the president signed. And the president does not make laws. It is us parliament who make the laws. So I want to appeal through President William Ruto signed that law. Let us be ensure.
Authorities in Iran have sprayed clouds with chemicals to induce rain in an attempt to combat the country's worst drought in decades. Known as cloud seeding, the process was conducted over the Urmia Lake Basin on Saturday. Urmia is Iran's largest lake, but has largely dried out, leaving a vast salt bed. Further operations will be carried out in East and West Azerbaijan. Rainfall is at record lows and reservoirs are nearly empty. Last week, President Masoud Pezeshkian warned that if there is not enough rainfall soon, Tehran's water supply would be rationed and people may be evacuated from the capital. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
Well, first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases, it's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Ooh, and just like that, it is already what? It's already the 17th of November. You thought it wouldn't happen? It's already here, and this is coming into it proper, as we say. 17th of November, the days that are left in the year are just a very few. And what are you going to do with them? That's the question. Good morning and welcome. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It is the Situation Room. And today, I'm surrounded by gentlemen, as usual. Okay, that sounds really crazy, but two different gentlemen. So there's a place called Bethlehem, not Bethlehem, Belém. There's a place called Belém in Brazil. That's where the Conference of Parties 30 is taking place this year, COP 30. And one Dennis Aseto, who's a climate man, is there. While he's there, Joe Kamanya is here.
Right.
Good morning, sir.
Morning to you.
How are you doing?
Everybody. I'm waking up still.
You'll
but
get
excited. All the more.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
You're all right. But we won't do this alone today. It won't just be the two of us. Joining us also is, I know he wanted dancing girls and red carpets and drums.
From Brazil.
What?
From Bethlehem.
Yeah, I see.
From Belém.
From Belém. there is something you could also imagine.
Yeah.
Kevin Osido.
Yes, please.
Is the Executive Director of County Governance Watch. He's here with us as a guest host this morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Great, blessed. Awesome.
Fantastic.
Feeling like today is that day, like you are not the guest. You're the guest host.
On the other side of things, my friend.
On the other side of things.
We'll switch it up.
How does it feel?
You tell us, how does it feel?
Well, I'm just thinking about when it's finally done, how it will feel and how it will look like.
Oh, you're already at 10 o'clock?
Precisely.
All right. We wait and see. It'll be an interesting one, that's for sure. So, in the Situation Room this morning with Joseph Kamanya, we know, people want to know what you do every day when you're not guest hosting, you're we know that you're an expert and analyst,
right,
and all of these wonderful things, but what do you do?
What do? I do my best. I do my best. Yes, it's true. We have many facets of life. So when I'm not here trying to do my civic duty of building the nation, I'm out there being a husband, being a father, being a business person.
There you go.
Yeah. So
many things.
Many things.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. And while we're in this room, we will be having Kenya's biggest conversation. And I want to let you in on some of the things that we'll be talking about today, because it is quite a busy one. We've come off a weekend where, ODM celebrated 20 years, and you think it was just an anniversary celebration, but it was a pathway to many, many things that we're going to actually see into the coming days.
Right.
And while that was going on, other people were trying to chart their courses on the political sphere. Did you know that there's something called the Sovereign Bill? The Sovereign Bill is out.
Yeah.
Lawi Sultan Jeremani is a social consciousness theorist. Did you know that there was something like that? He's also a writer and an author. He'll join us at 7 o'clock. We'll be having a conversation about the Sovereign Bill and Kenya's way forward. That will be our 7 a.m. conversation. Jeremiah Kioni is the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party. Siasa Fiesta for 2027, Jubilee strategy, because what's the strategy? We'll be having that conversation with Jeremiah Kioni at 8 o'clock. And then the numbers of accidents that we've been seeing on our roads have been terrible. People losing their lives to road accidents. And we're getting into the festive season where people will be on the road 28/9, not even 24/7. Yeah. So, we're having a conversation around why is this happening? What can we do to be a little bit more careful? David Njeri is a member of the Road Safety Association. Dr. Duncan Kibogong is the Deputy Director of the Road Safety Programs at the NTSA. So he joins us at 9 o'clock. Both of them join us at 9. Yeah, and in here it's like an oven this morning. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I can see EVE trying to do something. Speaking of which, EVE, good morning, as you tinkle with things there. Awuor is here. Can you see me shining more than normal? What's going on inside this place? It's hot. But anyway, trying to fix that. Salome, good morning. And Joyline is back. Joyline was on leave, but she's here. Who else is inside there? If I've not called you, doesn't matter. Christine. Christine, good morning. Even as we get things rocking this morning, Karibuni Sana. So, let me just do like this. This is life. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And good morning to our audience on KTN. Good morning, everybody, and Karibuni Sana as we get into things this morning. Thank you for joining us. We'll say hello to you in just a minute. Say good morning to Josphat and Kevin. Because we're going to be running this conversation, all of us together today. Sindio?
Right.
All right. Okay, so as is normal, let's look into what our proverbs will be for today. Our proverbs this morning come from Guinea, not Guinea-Bissau, but Guinea. Guinea was colonized by the Portuguese, and let me tell you.
Tell I. Story come.
Let me just tell you what the proverbs are. Right? So of course, we'll get into knowing a few more things about Guinea here and there. But the proverb for today: to make preparations does not spoil the trip. To make preparations does not spoil the trip.
Wow.
The guester of the guester can you serve first.
To make preparation does not spoil the trip. It's like saying failure to prepare is failure to plan is planning to fail. So if you prepare, you're able to achieve your objectives, you're able to effectively deliver on what you are hoping to prepare about. And ultimately, happiness comes with preparation.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I love it. You, sir?
I think for me, to make preparations does not spoil the trip. I mean, verify. It does no harm to confirm. It does no harm to verify.
Yeah.
The trip will still happen, but how ready you are, how prepared you are, determines how you're going to enjoy the trip. So verify.
Yeah.
Verify. Kenyans, let's verify.
I can see where you're going. Not like you to want to just say it as it is, but go a little bit deeper. All right. I can see that. And I don't know of anything on the planet that succeeds without you having a roadmap to it, to be sure. If you're going to sing or prepare for a concert, you must practice. And you need to have a score of how the score will go. If you're an athlete, you must train. If you're going to compete in the Olympics, you must have this is the plan, this is what we're going to do. If you want to try and win an election, you must have a plan.
Strategy.
You must have a strategy. I don't know that anyone, even the fella at the Olympics, just concluded Olympics, who took without any kind of protective gear, any kind of headphones, anything, the gentleman who was in the shooting, and he just hit the target without anything else. You can't tell me that he just came and rocked up in Tokyo and just shot the thing. No. He had a plan for what he was going to do. You know, even when we think about the most famous Olympics, whereby in Greece, in Athens 2004, where the gentleman shot the arrow to light up the Olympic flame, I hazard a guess that he didn't do it on that night only.
He prepared
for it, you know. So I think success is as a result of bred preparedness. You have to prepare, otherwise it'll be clear that you haven't,
and you will fail.
Are you talking to those who have not yet registered to vote?
Yes.
That no matter how much they want to be on this trip, if they're not preparing for it, it will be evident they could have done something, but they didn't, because they will not have the opportune moment to make the change.
Yep.
So even those who have the card and fail to wake up to cast their votes, it's like failing to prepare for the
There
trip.
you go. At least pack a t-shirt, my friends. At the very least.
Right.
Jipange kabisa.
Ukikosa kujipanga utapangwa.
Exactly. Yes. That's some stuff that we're looking at this morning. All right. So I know Christine, I think at the end of this year, Christine is going to put together my phrases. She used to say that I say shall we all the time, so I've left that behind, and it would appear as though the next big thing is all right. So, you know, Christine, have fun with that.
Okay.
All right. You see, it catches on real quick. Catches on real fast. And of course, everybody tuned in this morning. I'm going to remind you that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our audience here on KTN, Karibuni Sana, getting into the show this morning. We know that there are many people who are listening as you're getting into work. And for folks who are beyond the shores, who should be getting into bed, but staying up to listen to this show and to be engaged in the discourse, this is why we have it. We focus on these issues, and we say that we must have these conversations. We'll comfort the afflicted, and we'll afflict the comfortable. We'll have those conversations that maybe people don't want to have, maybe people think are not too exciting, but we're going to have them anyway, because absolutely necessary for us to do in this current time. Okay, so we say hello to you guys as you getting into the room this morning, and you let us know where you're tuned in from, and thank you for doing that, all of you, when you can. And a very good morning to you coming in from where are you? Robert Mbogo tuning from Mombasa. Good morning to you. Abere Bethwell says good morning from Gesha, Kiambu. Don't forget to say hello to Josphat and Kevin. You know, guys, egg them on. It's quite something to be able to wake up at this hour and still keep a smile on your face. Pan African Kenyan says good morning from Nairobi. Rose Grace is tuned in from Manara. How are you? SpiceFM, we're doing okay. Karibu Sana. Agutu Ogambo is here as well. Mashari and Njeri tuned in from Portland, Oregon. You should be going to bed, but you're staying up and watching this and having this conversation with us. We don't take that for granted at all. Agola, hello people. Hope you're well. We're doing fine. Asante Sana. Ahmed, have a great week, everybody. Asante Sana. Okay, the Kikombe says this is a fact. All right, we're listening. Spread 1,000 shillings notes covering the grass of both Kasarani and Nyayo Stadium. That's 1 billion shillings only.
Wow. If
you sleep after you sow your seed, not you, but the monkeys will harvest. Donge. Duke FX says good morning. Great week ahead. Tufunge viosk kila mahali. Why? What's going on with the kiosks? Eric Awuor says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Tibbs Muga is also tuned in this morning. The flat pyramid is unraveling layer by layer. More money printing incoming. That's where your 1 billion story is coming from, isn't it? All right. Kisa Daniel is tuned in this morning, listening from Atiak in Uganda. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning. Kenyans need to be respected in our countries by foreigners. Sad to see a Chinese national assaulting a Kenyan worker. Action must be taken. I have many questions. I don't know where I'm from that you foreigner will beat me and I'll be looking at you. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Scared of losing the job?
What? Sovereignty. What happened to sovereignty? What happened to that pride upon which you stand? No. What happened to humanity?
What
Human beings?
To labor laws?
Come on. You pay me a salary so you mistreat me? Absolutely not.
What
Absolutely
happened
not.
to solidarity at the workplace? Yeah. Interesting questions.
We could go on for days.
Yeah.
Peter Kiari says, good morning from Mombasa. Quit thinking you don't have what it takes or you've reached your limit. You're blessed, favored, and well able. Indeed. Agola is asking where is Okari. He's taking some time off, as happens. So usijali, sawa. Fiery Red is saying, good morning, twinkle twinkle to you, Kev and Josphat. I've just already given you a nickname. And we'll to song it.
To song it.
Yeah.
All right.
To song it.
All right.
Kayumba Mpwampu says, good morning, listening in from Lusaka. Huge fan. Thank you so much for tuning in every morning. And even when you don't, thank you for keeping us here. Reparations, we see what you're doing. Will not be me. Space says, good morning. Rogers Lai Hamjamboni kutoka Mombasani. Good morning to you. Okay, now Agola says guest host 1 has a beautiful smile. Now, what I'm going to do is leave it up to you to decide who guest host 1 is. Guest host 1 has a beautiful smile. We tunache wapi?
Katikati.
Both of you just say thank you.
We are grateful. Thank you.
Dr. Fenvick says, good morning, tuned in. ODM yataka maombi huenda ikawa. Interesting weekend that was, for sure.
Yeah.
Robert Nyange says, good morning, tuning in from Voi. The sisters, good morning, Spice family. Another week, a chance to redeem our country, and you don't keep quiet about it, that's for sure. Kenya Home 254 says, good morning, Spice, happy week ahead. Did you guys see Senator from Kiambu? Did you see in Saudi Arabia talk of failed diplomatic policies? Prof was talking about on Friday. Yeah, unfortunately, what we're seeing happening a bit sticky. We'll talk about that a little bit. Paul Ndete says, good morning from Maima. Hugh, let's have a good week. Let's do it. Mashari and Njeri says the light is poor in the studio. They said the light is poor in the studio. Is that the case? No. But Disciple says, good morning. Riabai in Kiambu. I just packed my t-shirt, Jana. Very good. Mavenge says, Kauli ni Lele. All right, we see you. Christopher Ogore is tuned in from Maseno. And Kao Nyambura tuned in this morning. Now, Penda Sana, wishing you all a blessed week ahead. Raimtula Omar is also tuned in. Welcome, Kevin and Josphat.
Thank you.
Karibu Sana, thank you so much. Wonderful week. Let's get into it. Langat Kusama Kweli says, good morning. Great unapologetic drillers of good governance, accountability, transparency, and rule of law constitution. It's unfortunate he dealt with Raila Odinga as he promised and now crushed ODM. Ooh-wee. Cecily Ongwenyi says, good morning. Tuned in from New Jersey. Let's build the nation. Twendeni kazi kabisa kabisa. So we're getting into it this morning. As you roll into the room, just take our welcome through and through.
Yeah.
Welcome, Karibu. Okay, now let's look into the headlines. Start off with the Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper. Raila incarnate, and there is a picture of my good friend Winnie Odinga. The woman spoke over the weekend, did she not?
She did.
And she spoke from here.
She said bold things.
She did.
Yeah.
She did. And that could have formed this headline. The headline is Raila reincarnate. Winnie Odinga has burst onto the national scene, igniting a succession battle that could redefine or fracture the Odinga political empire. Her fiery debut at ODM's 20th anniversary in Mombasa energized supporters and unsettled rivals, signaling her intent to shape a party already split by competing camps. With Raila gone, ODM faces its most volatile moment in decades. An aging Oburu at the helm, rising factional tensions, and a bold new contender challenging the old order. Winnie's next move could determine the party's future. It's an interesting one. And I quote, when it came to the matter of broad-based government, the people of ODM entrusted one person with the management of that relationship. That person was Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. That relationship is complicated. She, of course, went on to say that the person who is going to continue with the management of that relationship has to be really considered. And you need an NDC to decide who that person is going to be. So it's not just assumed that the people who are talking here are the ones who are going to take over.
And I think that's quite a bold statement, especially looking at what's been happening within ODM after the demise of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, where there is lots of different talk, speeches. Everyone is seemingly trying to associate with what the former Prime Minister would have told them.
Yep.
And being that Winnie Odinga is the daughter that some people, like where I come from, they say Raila's son in a skirt.
Or just Raila's daughter. We could also
exactly,
have
or just Raila's daughter. So we expect to probably look at how the management of the relationship within broad-based government, given the infighting within the party, is going to look like, particularly coming from Winnie. Yeah.
True. And, everybody's fighting to say that the party is together and everything is okay. But with every speaker after speaker, it was very clear that it is already fissured. So, it's one to watch.
It was a good call. That's not from a bedroom, not from a boardroom.
Yeah.
This has to be a people's voice. ODM is a people's party. We've no need for that. But, I think there's a lot coming from that front. This is just the beginning of it, in my opinion, because Raila was such an embodiment of many things. Some people are saying Raila was ODM and ODM was Raila. So without him, a lot is going to happen.
Well, a lot is going to happen, and we can already see that. Looking at some more headlines into the Standard. Like father, like daughter, Winnie joins fray for Raila political empire. And of course, it goes on to page 3, where Winnie Odinga's bold call sparks debate on ODM's future and Ruto ties. Looking at some more. Court strikes out case challenging 16 billion shilling Taifa gas storage facility in Mombasa. And if you're wondering whether the teachers have settled on this SHA debacle, nah. Teachers SHA upgrade clouded by delays, fraud fears and legal risks. And they're saying, yes, you said we had a deal, but not quite yet. The teachers were in Mombasa last week, and there's some key benefit changes that they're looking at. Outpatient cover, lowest earners at 150,000 up from 100,000. Highest earners 450 up from 375. Inpatient cover, lowest earners 1 million up from 750,000 shillings. Highest earners 3 million up from 2.5 million. Other benefits, dental 45,000 up from 35. Optical 60 up from 45. Maternity 120 up from 100. And last expense 300,000 up from 200,000. So one would say, why not? It sounds good. But there seem to be other things that they don't like.
You do remember when the Collins or you, the SG, led the teachers' brigade to State House when they were receiving the 10,000 for 28 hours in a row before they could find their way back home. And he was very keen to say that, that move, remember here we had guests who said that the whole crux of the matter for that meeting was a shift.
Yes.
For their medical cover. I know he was keen to say that the government is working, SHA is good for them, and he said those things people are saying of continue offering another term for this regime. And people took a go at him. It'll be interesting to see why he's having a change of heart now.
It will be very interesting to see why that. We'll look into the details of that story in just a bit. Oburu faces turbulent start as he steps in as Raila's huge shoes at the ODM helm. Jimmy Orengo also over the weekend had some things to say and said, you know what, guys, okay, fine. I'm not afraid to say it. But the president needs us more than we need him. Let's face this thing face to face. And look, there's nothing to be afraid of. The only thing I fear is fear, he said. But let's get this thing together, bunched up nicely, because we are the ones who are in a position of power, as it were.
He gets it.
He gets it.
I think, in my opinion, I think Orengo has it correct. It just will be interesting to see how many will buy into his school of thought, how many will align with him. Because, he's been the minister of enjoyment. Him and Baba have been enjoyed at the hip.
And of course, and of course, before that, there was a question about whether Orengo would be brought in, and they said, I'm not going to go to State House. Everybody else went, I'm not going to go. And then he eventually went. It seemed like as he was held by the short and curlies in order for him to actually make the move. But this is his true self coming out again, where he says, come on, guys, this is not what we fought for.
And actually is quoted there in the Daily Standard, and they're saying he says liberation parties in Africa are dying. In Tanzania, CCM is dead. In Uganda, UPC died. And in Zambia, UNIP died. They died because they forgot the people.
Yes.
ODM is a party of the people, by the people, for the people. ODM cannot be the party of the broad-based.
Voila.
James Orengo, the governor of Siaya County.
There's an internship policy amongst teachers. and JSS teachers have had the most horrible time ever since this change of curriculum. And now this internship policy, they're asking, okay, so now what happens to us? The president said previous governments were employing 5,000 teachers annually, but my government has hired 100,000 teachers in 3 years. But these 100,000 teachers are intern teachers. So what happens in terms of P&P? What happens in terms of scaling the job grade? So those are the questions that they're starting to ask. JSS teachers, remember that JSS is still, till today, domiciled in primary schools. So a JSS teacher who would be going to a higher grade is teaching in primary. So what happens to them in terms of promotions? Nobody's talking about that.
That's a good question. Something else also. Since we have ghost schools, do we have ghost teachers hiring? I'm just asking.
No, you're not. I'm not just asking.
I'm just asking, you know.
No,
this really calls to question the role of TSC, the Teachers Service Commission. It's a commission that is put in place to be able to review, hire and ensure that such confusion does not exist. Where is the voice of the Teachers Service Commission? Where is the road plan? Remember, we began with a proverb from Guinea. Planning and road mapping. Where is the vision of the teachers? And particularly for the education sector, looks like we are crumbling it.
We are. Piece by piece, we're removing the building. We're removing the foundation block.
And I don't think it should be for the president to say how many teachers he has hired. We have district education officers. We have the Teachers Service Commission. We need to know these 60,000 teachers. Where have they been deployed? Because every so often we're talking about a shortage of the teaching fraternity and the lack of promotion therein. And even sometimes I wonder, do we need to be building houses or schools?
This is a very good question that you've asked here about where have they been deployed. And beyond that, what are they actually doing? Because you have a teacher of history or a teacher of English who is also the librarian, who is also, then has been told on this good day you shall then teach physics. I mean, this is a real thing. And that we have a 37% gap for science teachers. And remember that we're offering STEM as a pathway in 2026, whereby there's a 37% lack of science teachers in the country. Where are these 100,000 teachers actually going, and what are they doing?
And we are talking about zero transition, leaving no one behind. We have to fit. So you walk into a classroom in a public school, and you have more than 80, learners
in a single class.
What does this mean? What is it about quantity or is it about quality? And therefore, what is about what happens to the future of these learners, and therefore the future of the human resource of the country? Many questions, therefore, that come to the fore.
For sure. We're hurtling very quickly towards the by-elections that take place on 27th of November. And UDA and the opposition brace for fierce battle in Narok and Baringo. That's happening. In another headline, leaders are accusing Ruto of blocking their campaigns in Bere North. We did see, at some point yesterday, I felt that Rigathi Gachagua was actually preaching the sermon in that church, but because it took so long for him to say whatever he needed to say. Police brutality. Senators are saying we want tamper-proof CCTVs in stations. Not this business of, the thing was not working.
Do you know, before, maybe 2-3 years ago, we had a very sporadic and effective CCTV surveillance in the city of Nairobi. And then issues of abduction, carjacking, and generally crime went down. That system seems to have been revised backwards. It will be interesting to understand why. Because we need to upgrade. Before we talk of even having the surveillance in the police stations, we need to ensure that the public are safe. And that system was very efficient. It helped even in controlling of traffic because they do better prediction.
Precisely. And really, just focusing on what that means to the context of digitization. AI is here. And even beyond that, we're also talking about, digital government services. So beyond just talking about CCTVs, the biggest concern to us should be sustaining some of these progressive, aspects of governance, like you're saying. 2-3 years ago, we had things working. CCTVs were working. What happened? Who is in charge? And for instance, how do we relate to reports that are made by citizens around muggings along our roads, carjackings? I remember there was an MP who was actually killed early in the morning around Nyayo House at the roundabout. And the biggest scapegoat was that the CCTV wasn't working. So where are we? What does that mean to the general security of the populace and indeed of the country?
Indeed. Joy, you want to look at the Nation?
Yes. The Daily Nation today. Front page, we have the war within. This is regarding the ODM at 20. It says Winnie's hard tackle on Oburu during ODM gala reveals family tensions. I think, as you say, there are divergent voices coming from both the family and the ODM fraternity. It'll be interesting to see how that progresses. Winnie is quoted having said, "The broad-based relationship is complicated. Those managing it now, are they capable? Because it's only one Baba, Raila Odinga, who could manage it." To a large extent, I do agree with her. There is only one Baba, there'll only be one Baba, and there'll always be one Baba. Perhaps, do we then consider ODM to has run its course? Is it also possible? But anyway, moving on to page 2 of the same, of the Daily Nation. Recruitment of 10,000 police officers on today in one-day affair. Well, this has been a controversial issue. It has been taken to court on and off. And I think it speaks to how it goes on to say that thousands of Kenyans hoping to join police service are expected at over 400 recruitment centers today as the National Police Service seeks to enlist 10,000 constables, marking one of the largest single-day recruitment drives in recent years. They want to do it in a day. I hope it is based on merit.
You hope.
The recruitment will run from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at 427 centers where candidates will undergo traditional, physical, and medical examinations under the supervision of recruitment officers. So guys, show up and we wish you will come out and serve your nation. I think the next one takes us to page 4 is a continuation of the same, the war within. Silent Raila Oburu family rivalries. I think that's interesting for me to see how that will progress. Page 5, it says Gachagua warning to Ruto in Mbere. In my opinion, there seems to be a misrepresentation of fact. The by-elections are not just between UDA and DCP.
No, they're not.
There are so many candidates who are running on other tickets. And I think it's only fair for even them to get similar coverage, attention and coverage. Because this psychological hacking, that it is this and versus this person only. No, we have... In Narok, I know, we have a candidate on Safina Party and many other parties. Others have pulled out. In Bere North, we have candidates as well on other parties. Safina Party has an MP candidate in Bere North. I know here in Kariobangi North, we have ODM, we have Safina again, we have, I think, UD and DCP, and we even have an independent candidate. So I think it's only fair that we give them coverage so that them as candidates and the people who are voting in that particular constituency or ward get to make a valid choice. And I hope everybody will speak to the revolutionary voice that is in the mood of the country.
I think sometimes we forget just how much of a psychological impact putting out just a number or one or two then has on the minds of people. Because then even though you may have brick and mortar facts, the people who are, that's why billboards work. It's a psychology behind advertising. That if I put a particular thing in bright colors before you on your way to work every day, the likelihood of you making the selection when you go to the supermarket is higher because I've seen that thing in my path every day. So if you're putting two people out there and you're following up every day, when I go to make the selection, the likelihood of me making a selection between the two is greater because I've seen them every day.
And I also think that probably there is a miss in terms of media engagement or just general political publicity of candidates. Because when you overly have just 2 or 3 people who are touted as the political party leaders, the question then that begs is what happens to the candidates themselves? And these are people who come for a day or a few hours. They are within that station for a few hours, they speak, they leave. The candidate is left there. And sometimes you have no idea even who the candidate is, what they stand for, what they are actually sprouting for them to be elected.
Yep.
I think again, a call to the candidates is to, pull up your socks insofar as your publicity for political office is concerned.
Right. So page 6 of the Daily Nation. Crux of the matter. Ruto stakes claim in ODM legacy. Of significance, I want to know, where is Caleb Amisi? Because he said here in the hot seat that should Ruto appear in the ODM at 20, he will walk away.
Yeah.
Caleb Amisi, where are you? Kenyans, find him for us. We want to hear from him. We want to hear how he interprets the presence of Ruto as a founder member, and we see them sharing the cake. So, Caleb Amisi, we are looking for you. I think finally we go to page 12.
And just to that, there's someone who was asking, the cake that was being sliced, was it orange or was it yellow?
Right, good question.
Well, for men...
Right.
Should I continue?
It depends, no?
Good question.
Right.
Page 12 of the Daily Nation. This, I think, carries the day for me. It says, today in history, Ndu. I don't know where you are in 1992, but I remember myself during those very heated campaigns. I was given sweets and I was not a voter, but I was bribed.
You were not old enough to be a voter?
No.
Okay.
But I was bribed by some sweets, somebody who wanted to be a councillor in my area.
Yes.
But on that day, today in history, November 17, 1992, former cabinet minister Kenneth Matiba, 61 then, is named Ford Asili's presidential nominee. Martin Shikuku, the party's SG, Secretary General, accepted defeat and promised to work with Matiba to realize the party's goals. Matiba dismissed a proposal by other political parties. I need you to hear that twice. Matiba dismissed a proposal by other political parties to field one presidential candidate against President Moi in the December 29 election, saying that Kenyans should be given a chance to choose from a variety of leaders.
Wow.
It's interesting that happened on this day.
Well, so that is interesting because when we see people trying to peel back the advances we've done democratically today and trying to woo us into a one political party system, and yet 23 years ago a presidential nominee said, no, let the people decide.
Let the people decide.
And that's what he said.
What are the chances that somebody today, in today's current political dispensation, that somebody would open their mouth to say the same thing? Again, what are the chances? Slim.
Very slim.
Very.
Yeah.
So, yep.
All right. What about the Star, Kevin?
On the Star today, China is the main source of imports into the country. So the headline is Cheap Imports Killing Kenya's Juakali Sector. And it's a story that continues on page 4 and 5. And we have amazing statistics there, where we're actually talking about facts and figures. 98% of MSMEs across the business space in Kenya. 17 million estimated number of small traders in Kenya.
17 million.
17 million.
Wow.
It's huge.
Wow. That is
huge. And that of course covers 40% contribution of small traders to the GDP. Wow, 40%. Wow. It's higher than our diaspora emissions.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
90% of jobs created by Juakali sector. Wow. So where our graduates last Friday, the nation was full of buzz activities of graduations from different areas, and we have expanded the TVETs, and we I think have opened a number of them in almost every constituency. But remember that the biggest number of employees are in the Juakali sector, and that 9 out of 10 young people joining the workforce are employed in the MSMEs.
And someone wants to argue that economy is not the biggest discussion we should be having.
For goodness sake.
Really?
For goodness sake.
Wow. I think even an MCA aspirant needs to be talking about the economy, let alone the presidential aspirant.
Yeah.
If it's not economical discussion, don't listen, Kenyans.
The only thing today that is going to get Kenya to develop is the second world. Third world, we get it. That will even allow you to get it is a revitalization of the economy.
Yes.
You will not progress if you don't fix your economy. That's the truth. If you're not building, if you're not industrialized, if you're not manufacturing and selling, not just selling, but selling for profit, if you're not doing that, if you're not meeting a global need today as a country, there's no way you'll progress. That's just basic 101. I don't even know the intrigues of economics, but it's just basic. If you're not building, manufacturing, industrializing, making, selling for a profit, you will not progress. And you're right. If you are in the third world or wherever this third world is, and you are not aspiring to do that, I'm not even saying catch up with anybody. I'm saying at the bare minimum, if you're not doing that, you will not compete on a global scale. You won't.
And you will not create jobs.
Yes.
And you will have demonstrations every single day.
Right.
Because there are no jobs. Page 12 of the Star, of course, Ruto calls on MPs to enact 1.5 trillion shilling infrastructure fund. This is going to be forming part of the conversation on the sovereign bill, right?
Yep.
And he says that the absence of the fund is stalling key highways and rural access roads. Wow, look at our budgeting for money. I mean, budget for infrastructure.
They should fix Enterprise Road first. This one here.
Oh, yeah.
Enterprise Road first. Then we'll know they're serious.
Yeah, so we'll be having this discussion in a short while. And of course, the head of state said that he will vouch for the fund on Thursday when he will deliver the State of the Nation address before the joint sitting of the bicameral parliament. So looking forward to listening to what the president says. On page 20, something interesting about the education sector, the Star, page 20. There is a petitioner who wants court to stop Kenyatta University boards from hiring successor. So our education institutions continue to have problems. From funding to infrastructure, equipment, and now succession politics.
And we had the same in Moi. The other day.
So Professor Wainaina is accused of setting up a legal committee to develop criteria for recruiting the next VC for Kenyatta University. Flip it through to page 21. At least something that we are seeing about the IEBC. Take listing to the villages to reach more voters, IEBC is told. And this is a conversation that has been going on, particularly cementing on why we are having low turnouts on, those who are the new voters. So there are recommendations there, and that many Murang'a residents have reported being unable to travel to registration centers.
It's quite a task because you have to move to your constituency office.
Yeah.
And so you're looking at a radius of not less than 15 kilometers from one far corner to where the constituency IEBC office ought to be. But I know IEBC is planning to have enhanced continuous voter registration. The question is when, because that is the one that moves around to markets, centers, outside churches on Sundays.
Right.
The question is when are they going to do that?
So Anderito says that after this by-election that takes place on the 27th of November, after that there will be, what's the word they normally use? Robust. There will be robust voter registration, and they'll be going to, in fact, they have a plan to go to the northern parts. They've got a plan to every nook and cranny.
Right.
Yeah. So after the 27th of November, if it doesn't happen, we'll ask her. Hey, it's this.
Yeah, but I also think that IEBC needs to more or less think outside the box, go out of the conventional ways of doing things.
They need to throw the box away.
Throw away that box and just operate in, an open space and engage with the young people who are on TikTok, doing massive, drives on their own products,
I gave the example, and I keep thinking about this, that when the currency of the country was being changed, you saw the central bank governor, a man that you rarely see. He's in his office, he's doing whatever he needs to do. Nobody even knows what the man looks like. This man was on TV commercials telling people, guys, we're changing our currency. Because there is a certain amount or level of gravitas that it gives to the thing to showing that you're vested. You can't just announce from your office and tell people, oh, people come out. You want 6.3 million people, and 3 months into the thing, 120,000 people have registered. That should be a wake-up call to tell you, hey, guys, we need to change the way we're doing this thing if we're going to get the numbers that we're looking for.
I'm hopeful that this is the last IBC. This is the last analog IBC we are having as a country.
One would pray.
That's my hope.
And I am hoping that, as you talk about analog and digital, that we probably will be told when we will begin to have digital voting.
Yes.
That my M-Pesa can work effectively from, the comfort of my sitting under a tree.
Yes.
And I send money to a wrong number, I'm able to retrieve it back. Why must Kenyans go and queue for endless hours to vote?
Systems we must revise.
Employ them.
It's even the medical system. If you go to one from one hospital to the next, public government hospitals, they don't have a shared data system.
You would imagine that if I went to Mama Lucy today and my details were in the system, like you say, public, and then I went to Bagavi, and a month from now, that Bagavi should be able to get into the system and say, okay, Ndu, you were at Mama Lucy for this, this, and this. You were seen by this doctor, and this is what they prescribed, and this is what we should, so that we can continue. That's what a continuum means.
Yes. So
we should be able to do that with voting as well.
Yep, precisely. So that's it. Over to you, Ndu.
Can I annoy you guys just a little? Just keep Dogo for 3 minutes. Let me annoy you before you look how Josphat is looking at me.
All right.
87,000 ghost workers drain 1 billion shillings from schools annually.
Wow.
This is in the nation. This is the story that's carried in the nation. Those ghost schools and learners that you were talking about. How much is the education budget? It's about 650 billion shillings.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
A billion shillings of that money kind of just... The Ministry of Education, no less, they themselves, they've uncovered at least 87,000 ghost learners in public schools following an ongoing nationwide audit of basic education institutions, an anomaly that may have drained up to 1 billion shillings in taxpayers' money. According to an Auditor General report, falsified enrollment figures have cost the country more than 4 billion shillings in capitation funds over 4 years. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba confirmed that thousands of fictitious learners and non-existent schools have been flagged in the ongoing verification exercise, warning that those responsible will face sanctions. I'm going to stop there. Just to annoy you. You're already annoyed. I told you I was asking for 3 minutes, but it just took you one.
Why?
Well done.
Why is the CS education still in office this day and age? There has to be what you call institutional responsibility. I mean, you cannot come out as a CS and tell me, Kenyans, I am in charge of people who are stealing. They have stolen 4 billion of your tax in the last 4 years. I am in charge of that office, and that's it. It does not end there. If you're in charge of stealing, because if he's in charge of a ministry that is just misappropriating our resources, he should take step aside so that we can know, are you part of those who are stealing? Because that is stealing according to me, and I stand to be corrected.
No, but let me pepper it up for you some more, just a little bit. That this place where these 87,000 ghost workers, schoolers, students, schools, whatever, it is in a database. That is operated, managed, and hosted by the Ministry of Education, not of Japan, of Kenya. Ministry, Jogo House on Taifa Road.
No.
It is hosted by the ministry. It is not an external server. They know who these students are. So what are you auditing? Who is supposed to? It is you. So when you're paying money out, who do you think this money is going to? Then you are raising alarm. Oh, what do you expect?
Kenyans, no.
I don't know what happened to, we just spoke about digitization and digital governance a few seconds ago, and there was some reforms that were earlier, proposed on something called, was it unique identifier?
Yes, unique identifiers.
How far, where? After Kenyans spent monies into those kind of systems, do they even work?
You think they spent the money on those systems, or they spent the money? There's a difference.
I am just I'm hoping that. And as Josh talks about institutional responsibility, we really have to also push it to personal responsibility.
It's crazy. and that he keeps pushing and peddling this narrative, you're right. Why is he still there? Somebody's got to call him out. How do you tell us that? You, the ministry, who gives these numbers? They are the ones who give chemist numbers.
Yes.
They are the ones who used to give NEMIS numbers. So you've been giving NEMIS numbers to fake schools and fake students, and then you are coming to tell us that you're auditing them. Get real. Get real.
In fact,
7
it
o'clock.
goes further to say that the minister or the CS told MPs that 10 schools across 10 counties were found to have no learners at all.
And you're happy to... In fact, you know, what surprises me, and I know it's a minute past 7 o'clock, but what surprises me is that you don't even have shame. You're coming out in public to tell people the mistakes that you people have been making. For crying out loud. Now it's 1 past 7 and I've annoyed you. I took 4 minutes to annoy you, but...
It is evil.
Mission accomplished. Good morning.
Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. TCM Roofing Mabati Suppliers in Eldoret has fired a Chinese national who was caught on video assaulting his Kenyan colleague. In a statement, the company said it terminated his contract and his deportation will be done as soon as possible. It comes after Kotu Secretary General Francis Atwoli demanded for immediate deportation of the Chinese national. In a letter addressed to Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen, Atwoli said Kotu was concerned by growing cases of abuse of Kenyan workers by foreign investors. He added that the assault was a gross violation and dignity of workers' rights. Recovery efforts are to continue in Elgeyo-Marakwet County 16 days after deadly landslide struck Chesongoch, killing 40 people. 8 people are still believed to be trapped beneath the mud. When the mudslide swept through the region, it destroyed homes, displacing hundreds of families who now live in makeshift camps. ODM leaders, led by Deputy Party leaders Abdul Swamad Nasir, Simba Arati and Geoffrey Ososi, led supporters in the ODM at 20 Thanksgiving ceremony held at Karisa Maitha grounds in Kilifi town, insisting that the wrangles within the party were internal and they will be resolved. In particular, Ososi, who is also a Vihiga County Senator, insisted that the 10-point agenda the ODM party signed with the Kenya Kwanza administration should be implemented in full by its deadline in March 2026. He also urged the government to respect political parties and release 12 billion shillings it owes the party under the political parties fund.
Kama hiyo yote imetekeleza, we have no problem about 2027. But 2027 bado. Wacha tufanyie wananchi yale mambo wanatarajia wafanyiwe. Na baba ametupa mwelekeo wa 10-point agenda. Kwa hivyo viongozi wa ODM ambao mko hapa, nimewasikia. Wengine wanasema 1 term, wengine wanasema 2 term, wengine wanasema tuko broad base, wengine wanasema 10 bila break. Hiyo hatujafika hapo. Let us deal with the 10 points agenda ile baba alituachia.
National Chairperson Gladys Wanga, on her part, stressed the need for unity in the party, saying it should remain in the broad-based government until 2027.
Baba alituacha hapa tukiwa ndani ya broad-based government. Na sisi tumesema tutakaa hapo ndani ya broad-based government. Kwa sababu ilikuwa kitu ambayo ilifanyika mchana. Na wakati tutataka kusema vile tutaendelea 2027, tutazungumza kama viongozi, tutazungumza na wanachama, tutaamua hii ndio njia ambayo tunaenda together pamoja. Governor Mngaro na Governor Abdul Swamad, tuko na test hapa mbele kwa siku 10 ambayo inakuja. Wale ambao wanasema ODM imeisha, ODM imesambaratika, ODM haina umaarufu, wanatungoja kwa siku 10 ambazo zinakuja. Wanasema tukipoteza kiti yeyote au watafurahia wakisema ndio hiyo ODM imeenda chini.
Winnie Byanyima, the wife of Ugandan opposition leader Kizza Besigye, has called for justice as his detention after his abduction in Nairobi clocks 1 year. Writing on X, Byanyima decried the prolonged imprisonment, saying Uganda's justice system is captured. She said Besigye's detention is illegal, noting that the case against him has not moved in court. In November last year, Besigye and his aide Haj Lutale were charged with unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition after their abduction. The two, who were in Kenya to attend a book launch by PLP leader Martha Karua, were accused of holding meetings to secure funding aimed at destabilizing Uganda's security. U.S. President Donald Trump has called on House Republicans to vote to release the Epstein files in a reversal from his previous position. The shift from days of Trump fighting the proposal comes as the House is expected to hold a vote this week on legislation that would force the Justice Department to release the files to the public. Democrats and some Republicans have been pushing a measure that would force the U.S. Justice Department to make public more documents from the pedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein case. Last week, thousands of the Epstein emails were released by the U.S. Congress, with the files including mentions of the U.S. president. Democrats have accused Trump of trying to defect from questions about his relationship with Epstein. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Right, and we're coming into it at 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. A very, very good morning to you. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Karibuni sana as we get into these conversations for this hour. We are glad to have you here. So Ndu Okoh, Josphat, Kamanya, and Kevin Osido here with you this morning. Dennis Aseto is in a place called Belém in Brazil, where the Conference of Parties 30, COP30, is taking place. Climate conversations are his breakfast. So that's what he's doing for this week. And that notwithstanding, our conversations continue, and that's what we're doing as we get into it this morning. So even as that happens, we're going to be looking into something that you may not have known existed, but we'll do that in just a bit. Whereas now, I remind you that, you know what, Naivas is 35 years old. You know the supermarket where you're going to be able to go and make a selection based on the things that you see? Well, here it is. Because as you get into the festive season, are you ready to kick off the festive season with Naivas? We need you to do that in Kikwetu style. We're talking about unbeatable deals, flash sales, and deals of the day up to 60%. Imagine 60% off. It's your chance to stock up, gift early, and enjoy value that truly saves you money. Okay, now listen. Naivas is celebrating 35 years of Kikwetu excellence in a big way. Through the Naivas at 35 Kikwetu promotion, they're saying asante to all Kenyans with amazing prizes weekly and monthly. They're giving away 6 cars, 45 motorcycles, actual ones, fridges, cookers, microwaves, and even the iconic Naivas Mbozis. And this time, even chicken to spice up your Christmas. So, the best part? That's not even the best part yet. You could win instantly at the till every day, everywhere. But just make sure you're a Naivas loyalty member, shop for any amount, and you're in. You can become a loyalty member now. You go buy chewing gum for $2.50, you'll get it. So shop, save and win Kikwetu style at Naivas Kiloko near you, or even online. Black November, the Kikwetu way, only at Naivas. Naivas saves you money every day. So something for you to remember, and let's get into it proper and celebrate Naivas on Christmas Kikwetu style with Naivas. All right, we're getting into it this morning. Lawi Sultan Jeremani is our guest this hour, and he joins us in the Situation Room. Good morning, Lawi.
Morning, Ndu.
How you doing?
Good.
Karibu sana. Good to have you in the Situation Room this morning, and we're getting into conversations necessary for us to have. There's something called the Sovereign Bill.
Sovereign Bill.
Okay, we'll get into that in just a minute.
Sure.
But like we do in the Situation Room, we go to a different country every week. African country, that is. Don't ask us how we do it, but we do. And we come back with proverbs from that particular country. And what we'd like you to do today is to interpret the proverb from Guinea. Guinea was originally colonized by the Portuguese, but there were people there before. And they had a thing to say about how you sort out your future. The proverb for today is, to make preparations does not spoil the trip. To make preparations does not spoil the trip. What would you make of that?
To make preparation does not spoil the trip. The benefit of coming in as a second guest is that you get to hear what the first guest had said. So it works. Yeah, it works for the inverse in my case. So I have to interpret it as I think it. My thinking there is that, read it for me again. Let me see if I'll get it.
To make preparations does not spoil the trip.
I interpret it plainly to mean, if I prepare for the trip, then I'm likely to have more joy in the trip.
Yep.
Plainly. Right.
Sometimes simplicity is just the way, isn't it?
True.
Yep. You won't be at a loss if you do. All right, fantastic. So let's get into the nitty-gritty of this conversation this morning. The Sovereign Bill. What do we need to know about the Sovereign Bill? Let's just start from the very beginning here. What is the Sovereign Bill?
Right. So Sovereign Bill, this is something I came up with sometime in April of this year. And it was a product of listening to what Kenyans are saying, observing what is happening in the society. And I said, probably it's time we came up with different solutions to what bedevils society at the present time. In this regard, then, I said, let me see if I can provide a solution, not a solution, a proposal for solution, so that we can now explore alternatives to what is the current debate.
Okay.
And when I say current debate, I mean there's a slew of things that have taken place between April and this time.
Okay.
Okay.
For example. So let me start off here. We asked the question, what is sovereign and what is sovereignty? Sovereignty means different things to different people. And today I came with my phone and I wish to lift it up.
I don't think many people are going to know what that is.
And show you what my phone looks like.
Yeah.
So this is my phone. And many people in...
So you don't have a mobile phone, Lawi?
This can be a mobile phone.
Because you carried it, is mobile, you carried it to school.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is a mobile, it's a phone and it's mobile. I came with it.
Okay.
So this is a mobile phone. And I came with it intentionally to say, there's a generation today that will look at this phone and say, what is that?
Yeah.
There's a generation today that will look at this phone and say, can I send a text message on it? There's a generation today that will ask, if I was to send a text message via this phone, how would that be? And I'm saying that it is possible to send a text message using this phone. depending on which generation you come from.
Yeah.
Ask someone from JKUAT who was going through engineering and telecommunications, and they'll say, I am able to make this phone send a text message. Ask a generation today that is used to the screen being the dial pad. And they'll wonder, what is this thing that you have to keep on? Yeah. And then you have a generation that will say, if I want to tap a phone, there's something that I do right there. And I'm saying, this is the context in which we are looking at. And I'm using this phone figuratively to say, this is our 1963 Constitution. Our 1963 Constitution essentially says, we had a tool that could serve its purpose. We had a tool that could relay communication, or we could speak to each other using, and that is that, well, this may be too advanced for 1963, but 1963 phone was nearly to that caliber. And I'm saying that this represents the 1963 Constitution. And in the 1963 Constitution, then we had certain limitations, which the 2010 Constitution then came to help us resolve. The 2010 Constitution then made us aware that there are certain things that used to happen previously that are not, could I say, very sound in the current dispensation, although we continue to harbor them. I could cite a few. So let me give you an example of what I mean by this telephone represents 1963 Constitution. So in the 1963 Constitution, for example, we had an instance where the president was, so to speak, above the law. Was not per se, was not directly above the law, but by...
Was the law in a way, we could say that. Or in certain ways,
the president had, could I say, usurped the sovereignty of the people. And it then says, with time, we got into that habit of saying the president is everything. What the president says goes. And that's the situation that we found ourselves in. I don't know if I've answered Ndu's question, or we still...
Yes, you have indeed. And now I'm looking at that as a dispensation we had, the colonial system that we took over and tried to use that as our mode of governance. But fast forward, Kenyans came into consensus. It was also a build-up from the late 80s, all the way to 2010 when we finally agreed, let's now migrate from your phone to a smartphone. And we got ourselves a 2010 constitution that says that we, the people, it talks about now the sovereignty. So when you look at what you are agitating for, which is, well, time-bound, because where we are now, the country and everything belongs to the people. How do we marry the sovereign bill with the sovereignty that is highlighted in the Constitution?
Right. You ask a very good question. And one of the first things that I wish to do is, could I say, table the bill? And when I table the bill, then I request, sorry, I didn't catch the name, but the gentleman on my left.
Kevin.
Kevin, please, this is the first reading. So in a matter of speaking, we are saying the bill has been tabled. And Kevin is doing the first reading. So you may understand that when a bill is taken to Parliament, after 14 days it's matured, and after those 14 days it goes to the first reading. So what Kevin is doing for us essentially is introducing the bill. So a bill is usually introduced in the first reading, and all you need to do is read the first paragraph.
Yeah. So the Sovereign Bill 2025, a bill for an act of the people of Kenya to provide for the exercise of direct sovereign authority under Article 1 of the Constitution to veto, propose amendments to, or effect changes to the laws of Kenya through public participation, to establish mechanisms for invoking and implementing such authority, including the use of digital online and blockchain tools to supersede the delegated legislature role of Parliament when so exercised and for connected purposes.
So thank you, Kevin. What Kevin has done for us is introduce the bill. That is procedurally what happens when a bill is presented in Parliament. But this question still lingers, and I'm sure that's where Ndu is. Sovereign bill. What is sovereignty? As I say, sovereignty means different things to different people. So let's try and unpack it very quickly. So historically, let me start from current times. So we've adopted the principle of sovereignty. But the question is, where did this come from? Before we even go to where did it come from, you find that sovereignty of the people is well presented or articulated in Article 1, 2 of the Kenyan Constitution. So in Article 1, 2 it says that we, the preamble of course says we the people grant ourselves or give ourselves this constitution, and then we take it further and say the people shall exercise the sovereignty directly. Remember, it comes in the first instance, or through delegated through elected representatives. And in that instance, then we say, if the direct sovereignty is the first instance, why is it that we're always using currently the second option, which is the delegated sovereignty? Why have we not tried to use direct sovereignty? And the question is, if we were to try and use it or try to make it practical, how do we even do that in the first instance? That's when I'm saying the sovereign bill provides us that opportunity to then make this exercise of direct sovereignty possible by introducing the bill to provide the framework for us to exercise that sovereignty.
Okay. In what way? And this is the thing. So usually a bill comes in to either sort out an issue that has some kind of ambiguity around it, or to introduce something that has posed as a problem in society. Right? So what problem is this bill trying to fix?
Right. They're numerous. As I said, in April, I looked at what was happening and I said, how can we fix them? So let me give you a practical example. We have something called the Election Bill 2011. The Election Bill 2011 was passed or was assented in August of 2011. The Election Bill 2011, if you look at the way it was being presented or was tabled, first reading, as Kevin did for us, was done on the 23rd of August 2011. Was sent to the departmental committee or the relevant committee to dig further into it. Or procedurally, that's how it's done. Second reading, 24th of August 2011. The bill was then brought back to Parliament, read clause by clause, 25th of August, passed. On the anniversary of the 2010 Constitution promulgation, President Mwai Kibaki signed it into law. How many days are those from the 23rd to the 27th? 4 days. Now, with the public participation being a key question, did we satisfy the requirement for public participation? That is one question. I want to answer your question very directly, Ndu. Election Bill 2011 has something called Clause 45. Clause 45 is where we have the recall of members of Parliament.
Article 104.
Right. But Clause 45 of the Elections Bill 2011 provides very specifically that members or citizens, members of the nation, can recall the member of Parliament using the recall clause. Now, the recall clause is found in the Elections Act, Elections Bill 2011. Today, people are asking, how can we recall our members of Parliament? And as I said, the discussion in the past has been, Why is it becoming impossible for citizens to recall the members of parliament? Then you get into it and discover the bill that was passed in 2011 did not go through public participation, and then created this big problem that people are having today of being unable to recall the members of parliament when they wish to do so.
Okay, we may be getting somewhere now. So the bill essentially is to create a framework under which clearly members of parliament can be recalled. No?
So the bill, as Kevin read, says citizens can veto what parliament does. So if parliament passes a bill today and citizens say, we do not like that bill, you do not need to go to the courts to have it nullified. Through citizen action, you can directly institute the sovereign bill or invoke the sovereign bill to say, we are going to recall members of parliament. What does the sovereign bill do in this instance? It provides that you can veto what parliament has already passed.
But looking at it, Lawi,
go ahead.
The parliament is the people, according to the constitution, because we send the MPs to be the representatives of the people. Would it then be fair to say that the challenge which you're trying to address by bringing the sovereign bill, the challenge is not the lack of vetoing or the citizens pronouncing themselves actively, either through public participation, directly or indirectly. The challenge is the suppression of the current constitution. Because as you rightly put it, and the constitution is very clear, that we, the people, are sovereign. We hold the power. We form a government. Then the government, we have functions. We have the parliament, we have all the other organs. But the parliament is just one point. We also have the bicameral, we have the Senate, where the people are represented. So the people who are in parliament then ought to be the voice of the people. If we followed the constitution to the letter and the spirit of it, would there be need for you to have a challenges you're having today?
Right.
Do you agree? I mean, in your opinion, do you think that the problem you're having is not that we have a lesser superior or a more inferior constitution? It is we do not practice what the constitution is providing for. What do you think?
I fully concur with what you said. If we had a parliament or legislature that follows, and not only the legislature, including the executive, if we had these arms of government strictly following the constitution, then today we'd not even be talking about is there a need for sovereign bill, because they would be implementing the constitution as intended. Now remember, the constitution is what we call a social contract. A social contract is then guided by the general will. How do we feel? Right now we are sitting in a room here and the temperature is just about right. If it went lower than this, people start shivering. If it went higher than this, we'd start sweating. The general will then of us in the room says that we are able to say how we feel. Examples are when polls are undertaken and people say, we do not feel the country is headed in the right direction. That is an expression of general will. Now, how do we translate that into actions or specific actions for various ills that we think have taken place?
How do we?
Sorry?
How do we?
How
do we convert feelings? Because people have felt them, and I see how Kenyans have converted feelings to action.
Right.
People have protested.
Right.
People have gone out in Mandamano. People have gone onto social media. People have expressed their feeling. So what I'm looking for is how this bill is either going to enhance that, or that bill is going to provide a mechanism through which you can express that.
Right. So
that is going to be followed by members of parliament. Remember that they're the budget-making house.
Right.
I mean, they're the legislature. They're the law-making house. So do we see a situation whereby they are going to make yet another law that guarantees sovereignty of Kenyans and allows them to then express how they feel in a manner differently than they already have?
Right. And in addition to that, Lawi, I'm therefore just wondering the space of the judiciary as a mechanism for seeking alternative justice mechanisms and recourse within the Constitution of Kenya, where, for example, if you have issues with a presidential election, you petition not through a sovereign bill or a sovereign act, but through the judicial processes.
Sure.
So what does the bill therefore mean in addition to what Ndu is asking to our judicial processes?
Right. So let me start with what Ndu is asking. How do we translate feelings? So feelings are raw emotions. Feelings are what you may call the reptilian responses. I feel cold, I feel hot, I feel aggrieved, I react. Reactions are human instincts, human nature, but we need to govern them within standards of civilized society. So we're saying to govern them, then we provide a framework or a forum for that expression, for that to be channeled. For that to be channeled in terms of feelings, then we're saying you feel aggrieved by this bill, you can start a process to veto that bill. Now, I turn to what you asked and still following up with what Ndu said. If you recall in the bill, in the opening paragraph, it says this bill is enacted by the people. It is not enacted by Parliament. Essentially, what I'm proposing for the sovereign bill is that this is a bill enacted following the channel of direct sovereignty. And direct sovereignty means then we are not giving the delegated arms the opportunity to enact this bill. The sovereign bill is a supra-legislative initiative, only available to the sovereigns. Parliamentarians can enact laws, not their laws, but they can enact laws. They follow what is in the Constitution, they follow the procedures. The sovereigns, when they opt to exercise the sovereign bill, then they will exercise it using this mechanism that is only available to them, is not available to the parliamentarians. And why do I say this, if you may allow me to finish this point? You look back at when the Constitution came into being, 2005 especially, you will hear conversations that say parliamentarians, 290 of them, led by Simeon Nyachai, chairman of the Parliamentary Select Committee, went ahead and said, we want our views as parliamentarians incorporated into the Constitutional Conference. And that then they created themselves as, could we say, delegates on their own force. They did not go to that conference with the documented evidence that says we have spoken to our constituents and they have said, from my constituent, they want the following incorporated into this discussion. But they came there with the standing that we are parliamentarians, so our views need to be taken as representing the people. But there was, if you look at constitutions, there's the element of a social contract. There was no direct contract.
But with the Nyachais, if I may, Lavi, that was in the old dispensation.
Sure.
Now we have a new dispensation.
Right.
Because we have to be in tandem with the other laws that we have prescribed for ourselves. When you look at the sovereignty bill, isn't it an initiative that would require public participation, as you say, and maybe even lead us to a referendum for it to be effective? And even if that were to be the case, would it be coming to override the Constitution? Will we be attempting to create a superior law than the Constitution?
Okay. Okay, so let me answer that very quickly. So for this bill to come in place, the proposal is that we need to amend the Constitution,
which requires a referendum.
And then we need to amend it. We need to amend it by adding in Article 1(2). We need to add A 1(2)(a). There shall be a sovereign bill, which Kevin read for us.
Yes.
The first paragraph, what that sovereign bill will be about. And also, you have amended the Constitution to have Article 1(2)(a), which says there shall be a sovereign bill. Then we'll have the sovereign bill coming in as the as under 1(2)(a).
Okay, so who would enact this? And I think we like things to just so that somebody can know what happens. Like right now, we know, for example, the government wants to spend money. Parliament says, yes, go ahead, you can spend up until this amount. You create a law that says 1, 2, 3, kind of like what we see in the Cyber Crimes Bill Act just the other day. That is gone. It's discussed in Parliament. We know that as a result of that, 1, 2, 3 can or cannot happen. It's under the courts right now, so we're not quite sure what's going to happen with that. But it's very clear that as a result of this bill that has been raised in Parliament, it has gone through 1, 2, 3, it has passed all of those, and then it has been assented to. It then becomes an act. So we know very well that under this act, 1, 2, 3 is going to happen. I'm struggling. It could be because my coffee hasn't kicked in just yet, but I'm struggling to understand exactly what would happen under this sovereign bill here, right? So members of Parliament, they suggested the other day that you cannot protest around national monuments or around national buildings, Parliament being one of that. Right. If that goes from bill to act, it means that if you were going to protest anywhere aside from Parliament, you see? Right. And then we know that security forces can come and enact such a mechanism should anybody approach Parliament, right? Okay. What you're saying, if I can understand, is that with this sovereign bill, if, for example, a member of Parliament fails to enact their responsibility, duty, and role, that we don't have to go and ask anybody else for further permission. We, as the sovereign, can do what? Go run them out of office? We can go to them one morning and say, you are no longer here? or what are we saying? Practically, and let's just leave all the fluff. Yes. Tell us exactly what does this actually say Kenyans can do.
And exactly, just in addition to what Ndu is saying, especially to a citizenry that has been denied the power to recall their leaders, as you also said earlier on. And what the Electoral Management Body says is that there is no law, to give you that sovereign power that you have in Article 1(2) to exercise the power to, eject, quote unquote, someone from office because they are not delivering.
Right.
So how does this bill, therefore, address, for example, recall, in addition to the established governance institutions, as Ndu is saying?
So Ndu says, let's avoid the fluff. We're going into the details. So maybe the details is where we're getting lost. But very directly, a bill has been passed. It's the Cyber Crimes Act. Citizens feel this bill is punitive.
Okay.
Citizens rise up 1% of the 104. So I'm quoting or paraphrasing what is in the bill that I'm proposing. Citizens from 1,450 wards. 1% of half of them, of half the wards. So that is 725 wards. 1% of that sign a petition that says we want to veto that bill. Cyber Crimes Act. 1% signatures, 1% of the...
Why 1%?
That's my proposal, 1%.
Would that be would that be a qualitative sample, given the scope of now, because they're changing a law that will have implications to the 100%.
Right.
But I'm just trying to understand why 1%.
Sure. So Which number would you give if not 1%?
Well, I look to something to, even our constitution says 25 counties for you to be a presidential candidate.
Fine.
Yeah. Something above 30% maybe.
Okay. I've taken that one step to say 1% of half the 1,450 wards. 725 is the number, half.
Right. Yes.
So if we get 1% from that, and they sign a petition that says we want to veto that bill, Cybercrimes Act, it is then presented for petition nationally. For referendum nationally.
Okay.
But the people who initiate the process is that 1%.
Okay.
Now, the majority, of course, at the end of the referendum process is what will say bill is vetoed.
Okay. So the people who, the people who are vetoing this thing,
right,
are citizens.
Citizens.
On what platform would they veto it? Would they be in a house? Would there be some record? Is there somebody who's saying, okay, yes, this has been counted? Do we employ the IEBC? Who then comes in to say we've collated all of this? We've seen a number of vetoes. Or are you expecting Parliament, who've made the law in the first place, to then be able to come back and say, actually, you know what, the people have said they don't want? Is it the same Parliament that essentially would carry out this exercise?
This is a citizen-led initiative.
Okay.
Totally independent of government institutions.
Okay.
So citizens would meet in the estates, in the villages, in whichever forum that they choose.
How would they collate this? And upon which platform would this be presented?
Sure, I'm coming to that. So
Okay.
they'll meet our lowest level of representation is the ward. So the citizens will meet at the wards. How will they collect this? So an estate, for example, let me give an example of Kariobangi South. Residents in Kariobangi South will come together and say, block A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we've come together. We want to petition for the recall of this, for the veto of this Cybercrimes Act bill. Then they would now encourage they would be the initiators of the process.
And then replicate that.
And then they encourage other wards to also participate.
Right.
The idea being you must achieve the 725 1%, and then this can now be taken to a referendum to effect the veto.
On what platform? Led by whom?
Yes, on what platform, led by whom? So we are keeping it very basic. In my bill, I'm proposing blockchain can be used as one avenue. The citizens themselves of the wards can say, we are using books, we are using notebooks, we are using
online
paper and pen. Create a list, put a name, identifier, signature. This is what we will now put together as the way we do our petitions today. We get booklets, we sign into them, put our signatures and ID numbers for identifiers, and then send them to IBC. But remember, citizen-led process. So we're not sending to IBC. We are sending to a different institution,
which is
in the bill I proposed, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights,
which also Kenyans are digesting with a pinch of salt. However, like, just to stick to your line of thinking, I'm looking at what this would mean, supposing it came to light. And here, the hot seat, we have to have this discussion that it's for public consumption. So you can get the public support that will be required. As you say, this is a public initiative. Hence, these discussions have to be a bit elaborate. Now, I'm looking at it and wondering, isn't that short of forming what you'd call a shadow government, which is also borderline anarchy? Because dissenting voices will always be there, even in good governance. Actually, that is what democracy encourages, that all voices of dissent are listened to and acknowledged. So when we anchor them along what you're saying, wouldn't that be borderline anarchy to an extent, especially given that we are in this growing democratic space? Even what you're practicing now is democracy, agitating for what you feel the people should be doing for us to have a better country. But how do we manage that to make sure that we do not spill over to the lack of the rule of law? Because we could be repealing all the acts and all the laws that we are progressively been making based on saying we, the sovereign people, You remember during the Maandamano, there was a concept that there is no telling on how far this can go.
Okay.
We would have disintegrated a country then, had we not gotten a grip of ourselves. Right. So how well do you feel that this still gives us the safeguards that the Supreme, the Constitution, which is my leader, because I don't want a coup on my leader through the sovereign bill. My leader is the Constitution.
Right.
How do we balance? How do we find that balance?
Sure. Status quo currently is worried that if you give citizens the power, then the citizens will likely, and when I say status quo, let me be very practical and specific. MPs today do not want to hear anything about a recall because it upsets the power structure. It upsets them because they are already in positions to exercise that delegated power. So that will certainly upset status quo. Status quo being the people who are already in power.
Yes.
And you're saying citizens also have that power, and they cannot be limited in exercising it. Citizens should also be able to wield it. Now, your concern is that this could be a coup. It is not a coup.
On the Constitution.
It is constitutionally sanctioned because you're following the Constitution. You've introduced Section 1(2)(a). You say there shall be a sovereign bill. You have put a sovereign bill, and then you're saying the day a citizen feels aggrieved, they will use that sovereign bill to not only call the member of parliament to account, because today we hear, and it's something that you will also have experienced, one MP, Mbui, will say parliament is captured. You'll hear Otende Omolo go on TV also and say in another interview, parliament is captured. You'll hear several other members of parliament talk about money exchanges hands in parliament. Now, that is
although
what you
they
say.
don't resign.
Exactly.
Which is also oxymoronic, it's an oxymoron. But
so there seems to be discontent about the legislature, and then it's thrown up in the air for citizens to wonder now, who do we go to if you yourselves cannot be able to manage this? So to persuade you, we're saying the sovereign bill says this is not a coup, it's constitutionally sanctioned. When effected, it invokes constitutional clauses to effect the veto, to effect the recall, to effect all the descriptors that are present in that bill constitutionally.
I like what you're proposing. The only challenge that I'm struggling with is the legal practicability of this particular process. Sure. And I have two questions. One, is there a best case scenario, quote unquote, a country where this has worked? Remember, even our Constitution of Kenya was borrowed from a number of jurisdictions. And then number two, so you're proposing to amend a constitution, rather the Constitution of Kenya 2010, by inserting Article 1(2)(a). But Article 1, which addresses the backbone of sovereignty, and I will read, it says 1(1), all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. So that already supersedes any amendments by insertion. Now let me explain that. What that means is, if you move further to this constitution and you go to say chapter 15, you have the different commissions, and you are proposing in the bill that the operationalization, administration and implementation of this particular act will be anchored in the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Equality and Human Rights, right? Now, that commission is put in force by Parliament. That commission runs on money that is appropriated by Parliament, that we are actually seeking to, give citizens the power to veto, to recall, etc.
Right.
Isn't that a legal paradox? And therefore, where does that leave the other institutions that are expected to exercise this power? Because remember, yes, we are amending 1(2) by inserting an A.
Right.
But the same 2 says you can either exercise that sovereignty either directly or indirectly, not through necessarily the electoral process, but through the other commissions and other organs of governance. And I asked the question of the judiciary, because currently all petitions are adjudicated by the judiciary.
Right.
All petitions, whether they are, lack of water service delivery, you submit it to a duty bearer, and if they fail to respond, you go to court.
Right.
Where does this bill leave the powers of other institutions, particularly by the kind of amendments that we are proposing in the Constitution?
Right.
Yeah.
So we've dwelt on your second question for long. I forgot what the first one was, but let me start with the second one. 1.2a. Maybe you could read for us what 1.2 says.
1.2 says the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives.
Right.
Yeah.
So in that 2 is where we're saying we're inserting A. There is no... Your first statement was that number 1 precludes the option of addition.
Yes.
It doesn't.
You see, well, we'll be going into constitutionalism. I don't think it will be okay, but...
the point I'm making
the legal
is,
challenge I have is that 1.1 gives the Constitution the power, which the bill that you're proposing is seeking to take away. And I'm saying that part of implementing the Constitution, because it's just paper, it has to be given life.
Yes.
And that life is given through other organs,
right,
which the proposals that you're making are seeking to take away. For example, the judiciary. And we are saying that currently our petitions are run through the judicial process. Okay. Yeah. So that's
and maybe allow to expound as you
and of course the first question was on best practice where this has worked.
Let me answer this very quickly, because you said we will be going to constitutionalism, but I think I submit that it is possible to add to the Constitution, and that's why the option of adding 2A is on the table. Best practices. So best practices as follows: Switzerland, which I believe is Kenya's peer constitution-wise, because it has the option of exercising direct sovereignty. In Switzerland, you have cantons. Cantons is what I'm borrowing from.
The only difference is that Switzerland actually lives out their constitution.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
And if you do an analysis, you'll find that Switzerland has several clauses that stipulate how the direct sovereignty is exercised. So Switzerland is the peer in this discussion. No. So Switzerland then has cantons. Cantons is what I'm borrowing from and saying wards. So at ward level, at village level, at estate level, those are your cantons. Those are the ones that then make those decisions, aggregated, and then you have a final determination. So Switzerland is a best practice that we can borrow from. Did I answer you?
Yeah, that's right. Very well. Joy, if you allow me, because I see you coming in. Remember, the context of Kenya is not similar to Switzerland.
Certainly.
I have not heard about abductions in Switzerland.
Right.
And even the Kariobangi South that we're using as an example does not exclude elected leaders from participating as residents.
Right.
So chances that they can be able to, interfere with that process are high. The leadership of Kariobangi South that we're using as a case could be abducted. Yeah,
in
they
Kenya.
could be threatened in Kenya. They could be hidden somewhere.
Okay,
and the process would flop.
What you're arguing here is a security element. What I'm presenting is a constitutional.
Okay.
Now, I certainly agree that those are the things to be. Those are the things people will start worrying about. When we start having this power exercised directly, we'll get into situations like South Africa where there are political killings and all that. But you're saying we should not be deterred with trying to exercise that option.
Sticking to constitutionalism, which is, I think, is a right direction to take. And I find merit in the proposal of the bill. I'm just trying to look at the practicability, because everything has to be applicable. I'm just wondering, when you look in your research, which organs, which institutions, which commissions would you say have failed? Because as Ndu alluded earlier, we come in with a proposal to fill a gap, right? So that we have a better functional country, a better system of governance. Which institutions would you call out today and say, as a result of you not having fulfilled your mandate, this is why I'm coming in with this proposal?
Right. Two, the legislature, both Senate and National Assembly, and the executive. Those are the key targets of this sovereign bill.
These two targets. So the poor leadership, basically, is the one that is making it difficult for us to live the Constitution. If we had good governance, if we had good practice of the Constitution, perhaps now we, the sovereign, we, the people, would feel we are doing and participating in
We
how
would not even need to look at direct sovereignty because everything is working.
Okay. So, in your advice, informed advice to fellow Kenyans, do we amend the Constitution or do we change the leadership and make sure that we have a proper executive and a proper bicameral house?
We enact the sovereign bill. We make the constitutional change by introducing Article 128A, have sovereign bill anchored in the Constitution, have it as a bill, an enactment by the people. This becomes a tool that sovereigns or the people can wield when they wish to. Away from the legislature, away from the executive.
And now looking at that, supposing we did that, and we wake up tomorrow morning and we have a section 2A in the Constitution, and 2A is oxymoron.
1-2A
because 2A
says something that's why I want to make sure you get it. 1-2A.
Yes. You know, the aspect of 2A is what was repealed by Moi and propelled us to this democracy. So I think I'm still having hang-ups on 2A.
Article 1-2A.
However, we wake up tomorrow and we have Article 1-2A. But we still have William Ruto as the president. We still have this regime doing the things they are doing. We still have this incompetent National Assembly. Does that solve our problem?
It gives the citizens direct power to veto, amend, recall, and all.
But we've been vetoing maandamano. The revolution is about vetoing.
We're expecting the same individuals who currently sit at that legislative body to pass a law which essentially will say that the people can get rid of them. Do you see them passing such a thing?
So here we go.
There's the same people
there's precedence. There's
the ones
precedence
that will not budget, give money to the proposed commission to implement the sovereign bill.
I fully understand your skepticism. That these are
it's a reality here.
It's a bit of ground.
These are the people you want to give this bill to. If you read the text of the bill once again, you will see that it says this bill is enacted by the people. And there's precedence. Remember the National Accord after 2007-2008 debacle? There was a National Accord negotiated between two, could we say, let's be direct, between PNU and ODM. National Accord at Serena, agreed by the two parties.
Which arms of the legislature were there to ensure that it was followed through? Which arm was there? Was there some kind of legal structure? No, I want this because also our time is running out. But I want to be very clear on the legal structure that is going to allow this to be made a reality. That's my question. When ODM and PNU came together to form the National Accord. Who or what structure was it based on for everybody to know that this is now an acceptable process? Who was that?
It was then ratified by Parliament.
Thank you.
And that's what I'm saying. Once we, in the 1,450 wards, make our deliberations and determinations that this is the sovereign bill. We want this sovereign bill in the Constitution. And then we want it as a bill. We present it to the parliamentarians, no dot, no hyphen, changed, no as is.
And tell them to pass it. And we think they're going to do it. Okay.
Probably Ndu, if you allow me, I would wish to request that
in 10 seconds,
Lawi revisits the BBI process, including how the whole matter was, adjudicated. And you probably want to look at the NADCO report as well, and look at the processes that have actually brought in.
I want to dispute the NADCO and I want to dispute the BBI.
I'm just saying,
she said 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's a request that you just have a look at them, because there are processes that were people driven. I remember the Super Tuesdays by the county assemblies, and they passed BBI,
I want to dispute
which
it.
fell.
I want to dispute it this way. NADCO is not people driven. NADCO is two political parties.
It's the same as what you're referring to as 2007, ODM and PNU.
And that's what we want to get away from. We're saying this is citizen driven. At what level? Citizens meet at the estates, at the villages, say, yes, we want a sovereign bill. Lawi has shared his thoughts here. We want to see if we can accept it, amend it, or refine it to what we think ought to be. And then we say, as citizens, we then take it to whoever is our representative and say, go and pass this as is.
So that we can have a better country.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so of course, this continues into a lot more deliberation and interrogation in terms of how it would work, because one would ask, in terms of the implementation of the Constitution until this point, what kind of a pass mark? Constitutionalists have talked about the fact that, the Constitution as it is far from being implemented, so those are questions that we must ask, all in a bid to ensure that the people are sovereign and remain and practice that sovereignty. So those are the conversations that we have. It's a good start, in my opinion, and I think that we can actually get somewhere talking about it more. Lawi Sultan Jeremani is a social consciousness theorist, writer and author, has been here with us this morning as we discuss the sovereign bill, putting more power, or rather making the people claim the power that is already in their hands. Thank you for being here this morning. At 8:08. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for the phone.
That's for you.
Are you leaving the phone for us?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. A Presbyterian cleric has urged President William Ruto and other national leaders to exercise restraint and avoid abusive or demeaning language in public. It comes days after Ruto called opposition leaders brainless, claiming they are backward thinking and lack a plan for the people of Kenya. Reverend Michael Gishuhi said the choice of words by leaders, especially the head of state, should reflect dignity and decorum befitting their office, noting that the tone set at the top influences political discourse across the country. He called on the president to lead by example and demonstrate respectful communication even when addressing political opponents. President William Ruto has directed the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority to ensure that public health facilities have an uninterrupted supply of drugs. He was speaking at Loglogo Africa Inland Church in Laisami's constituency, Marsabit County, as the church marked its 60th anniversary. President Ruto instructed KEMSA CEO Wako Ijesa to ensure all health facilities are equipped, with drugs round the clock.
Dawa ikitoka kwa store ya KEMSA isiende Marsabit, ati kwenda kwa store ya Marsabit, ikuje kutoka Nairobi mpaka Loglogo, na ile ya Loyangalani iende Loyangalani, kwa sababu shida ni kwamba dawa inaletwa inaingia kwa store hapo town, inakaa hapo mwezi moja, wananchi wanahangaika huko wakingojea. By the end of this year the refill rate must be 95%. Mimi sitaki kusikia kwamba hakuna madawa kwa hospitali.
Families of two men who were killed in political violence in Kasipul constituency are demanding justice. They also want security agencies to end violence in Kasipul before and during the by-election slated for November the 27th. The families have presented their petition to the office of the Rachonyo South Deputy County Commissioner at Kosele.
Killers are known. Names have been mentioned several times, and the names are in that petition. We want immediate arrest and prosecution. Number 2, we want the area assistant chief, who was the master of ceremony in that function, to be stopped immediately from duty until investigations are conducted and the perpetrators brought to book. Number 3, we seek immediate arrest of all the goons that are working with the politicians, and that such kinds of activities be stopped forthwith. The two boys were hacked before the entire public.
TCM Roofing Mabati Suppliers in Eldoret has fired a Chinese national who was caught on video assaulting his Kenyan colleague. In a statement, the company said it terminated his contract and his deportation will be done as soon as possible. It comes after Court Secretary General Francis Atwoli demanded for immediate deportation of the Chinese national. In a letter addressed to Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen, Atwoli said Court was concerned by growing cases of abuse of Kenyan workers by foreign investors. He added that the assault was a gross violation of workers' rights. Ecuadorians have voted against allowing the return of foreign military bases in the country, frustrating U.S. hopes of expanding its presence in the Eastern Pacific region. The referendum result is a blow to Ecuador's President Daniel Noboa, who'd campaigned to change the constitution in order to reverse a ban that the country's legislature passed in 2008. He said it would help fight organized crime and reduce the soaring violence the country has seen in recent years, during which it has become one of the world's biggest drug trafficking hotspots. The US had hoped the referendum would pave the way for it to open a military base 16 years after it was made to close a site on the Pacific coast. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Up to 60% off on 900 plus quality items. Naivas Kikwetu Black November 2025 tunacheza kama sisi in a bigger and a better way just for you. Ukidai TV tukuna the best brands. Ukidai fridge tukuna the best quality. Ukidai blenders na microwaves utakuwa spoiled for choice. Na ukifanya shopping kuna amazing weekly and monthly prizes. Unaweza kuwa driver wa a brand new car ama senke this season. Usikubali kupitwa hiki kwetu Black November season. Shop at any Naivas store or online at naivas.co.ke. Save up to 60% and stand a chance to win big. Naivas saves you money.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, and we say good morning at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, and there's that reminder. We're getting into the festive season. So, guys, let's kick it off. This festive season, Kikwetu style. Won't we? We will. We're talking about unbeatable deals, flash sales, and deals of the day up to 60%. Who doesn't want that? This is your chance to stock up, gift early, and enjoy value that truly saves you money. So now listen, Naivas is celebrating 35 years. And it looks like that's the age to celebrate this year, isn't it? And we're doing this Kikwetu style. And we're celebrating 35 years of Kikwetu excellence in a big way. Through the Naivas at 35 Kikwetu promotion, they're saying asante to Kenyans with amazing prizes weekly and monthly. They're giving away 6 cars, 45 motorcycles, fridges, cookers, microwaves, and even the iconic Naivas Mbuzi. And this time, even chicken to spice up your Christmas. And the best part, you could win instantly at the till, every day, everywhere. Just make sure you're a Naivas loyalty customer, and all you need to do is shop for any amount and you're in. So shop, save, and win Kikwetu style at a Naivas Kiloko near you. Black November, the Kikwetu style only at Naivas. Naivas saves you money every day. We're continuing our conversations this morning and getting into things. Jubilee is jubilating. We don't know. Let's wait and see.
Jubilee is jubilating.
And that's the voice of the Secretary General, Jeremiah Kioni. He's here this morning.
We are happy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Happy? Okay.
There's jubilation.
There's somewhere. Okay. Oh, to have survived.
We are happy to have survived.
All right.
3 years of legal battles. It's not a joke.
Things are moving forward.
Yes.
Well, we'll see how those are, and that's the conversation that we have this morning. Thank you for making time to be with us this morning as we get into this conversation, because everybody's having a conversation about what's happening. And then the questions rise in terms of, all right, this party that formed a coalition and that also formed a party out of other parties, as it were, what's happening? So we'll get into that in just a minute. But as you know, we go to a different African country every week, Jeremiah. This week we're in Guinea. And the proverb for today, which we'd love to hear from you about, to make preparations does not spoil the trip. To make preparations does not spoil the trip.
It's good to plan,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't plan, you will have planned to fail.
Precisely, right?
You and Kevin were on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're planning effectively.
We are planning. We are planning.
Wow. Great.
I see our colleagues, the ODM, are also planning. It's a question of where are you on the plan.
Right.
It
And
can
what
be
exactly
turbulent. Hii Kenya yetu na siasa ni kali. Kama chakula siasa ingekuwa chakula.
Somebody would have had one.
We would always have something to eat.
Indeed. Well, it's been gobbled up, that's for sure. The last couple of weeks have been quite something to go by in terms of who's going to align with whom. We have many parties saying that, yes, we're going to have a surprise candidate. Others are saying we're going to field everybody. Is there need? And, we've asked this question, that is the opposition united? Well, I'm going to flip it a little bit and say, is there a need to have a united opposition in the first place? Do different parties who want to throw their hats in the ring in the future, at whatever level, do they actually need to be united? We've always said, no, the opposition should be united to overthrow the current government. Is that necessary?
I think the level of failure by the UDA government has forced Kenyans to be very fearful of failure to remove Kasongo. Kenyans are so scared of another 5 years of Kasongo that they would want to see everybody who is against Kasongo coming together. They also think that Kasongo being in power requires all of us being together for us to remove that government.
Okay.
So it's actually the fear of Kasongo that is forcing Kenyans to say, can you just stop thinking about anything else and come together and remove him first and foremost?
Okay.
Then we can deal with the others later.
So you agree with Rigathi Gachagua, because he said over this weekend in no uncertain terms that to the question where essentially the president called everybody stupid and said that all of these people, you don't even know what you're doing. He used quite a number of interesting adjectives to describe everybody in the supposed opposition and basically said, you don't have an agenda. Rigathi Gachagua said, the agenda is to remove you. That's the agenda. All these other things, we'll deal with them later. You agree?
The agenda for Kenyans is to remove Kasongo. But if you talk to people, they also know that after removing him, you need to do something. As parties in the opposition, as people who've been in leadership one time or another, what you do after removing him is more important than removing him.
Okay.
Because you also don't want to remove him, and within 100 days of being in power, people are already scheming to remove you. And if we don't pay attention to what we intend to do after removing him, then we'll put the country into a spin. And you could easily suffer the wrath of Kenyans or of a populace when they finally decide now to come in and remove you. That's how coups happen. If Kenyans are taken through another 5 years of this level of frustration, then you expect worse thing than waiting for another years to remove him, whoever it is at 2032.
Indeed.
And that is why, on top of all the other things of Kasongo must go, one term, and all these things, it is important for those of us who are looking as giving alternative, not just to think of alternative in terms of staying in the office, but alternative in terms of what are you going to do? How different are you going to be when you eventually get into office? And those of us in the opposition have perhaps the unparalleled advantaged position where majority of the Kenyans have agreed this is a case foregone. You know, we must do away with it.
Okay.
Once you have that kind of level of assurance from Kenyans that they will be voting somebody else other than Kasongo, then the responsibility is higher. I know some of us want to remain with that comfort zone that and look like, how can I be the one who takes over? But the responsibility is higher because Kenyans will be expecting much more than even the governments that have been there before. And I believe that that is what occupies my mind now. As a party, Jubilee, if we are the ones looking for that opportunity, what is this we want to do? How are we going to do it? And also, how do you actually help Kenyans achieve what they want? Actualize this removal thing. And you're not going to do it by remaining, if I say this, for purposes of remaining in Spice forever. You've got to have an institution that a vehicle. You have to have structures that can deliver presidency and remove a presidency. And it's not a small thing. It's not it's your Kazlaisi.
Now, SG.
It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money, and it takes a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not necessarily people who are looking for the top job, but people who are supporting you to do that.
No.
But it also takes two other things. You need a party that is an institution that has presence across the country. And you also need a candidate who people are not going to talk about a lot in the negative, so that they can now focus on the removal. But if we are still debating candidates, we are still debating many things. Remember, we were here with Azimio 2022, and one of the reasons why we found ourselves, there are quite a number of reasons, but one of the reasons why we found ourselves learning after the Hustler team was that even in April of 2022, we still did not know who our flag bearer was. And by the time we were done with that and we needed to go around the country, we may have forgotten that we needed agents, or we did not have people working on the agents. So again, we perhaps had a good candidate, but we didn't have the infrastructure that needed to deliver that candidate.
SG, I want to tilt a bit. First, come back to the Jubilee House. Because in the recent days, we've had your own party leader call you out, stop insult, for lack of a better word, to the would-be DCP party leader. And because everybody, when somebody speaks, they talk of Kenyans. Then we Kenyans are left wondering, is there a prominence in terms of moving Jubilee into the united coalition of the deputies?
Is there a prominence?
Yes. Is that a direction that Jubilee is taking? Because once we see your party leader telling you, tone down, on, especially you, I'm saying you because you are mentioned by name. What does this mean? Because the president on the other side is still calling people from Ukambani various names, the Ana Akili and all that. How do we sanitize our politics? Not necessarily about you as a person, but how do we sanitize our politics and move from personalities to issues? Because that is where Kenyans are focused.
One of the things is, I was reading the book of Philippians, and you can read the book of First Philippians, verses 12 to 20, which was used in the sermon yesterday.
But you know that Philippians is only one, SG.
In first chapter, Philippians chapter 1. Philippians chapter 1, 12 to 20. You can go through all the records that you have, including my pages, and I would want you to pick when it is that you found me insulting. Having said that, then I think it will you'd then need to interrogate that statement a little further, so that you get to understand
the context.
What else was he saying, maybe, or the context which was prevailing then. But having said that, is that the call, I would want to take the call to mean that, can you concentrate on the issues so that you are answering to the difficulties Kenyans are going through, unless to the differences that people have among themselves. And I've said this before, I want to say it again, that I have no problem with Rigathi Gachagua myself. We were in parliament together. The only thing is that we have different positions. For example, when he talks about political parties and he says there is only one political party in the Mount Kenya region, I say that is not a position I hold. I was part of the crafting of this 2010 constitution. It costed people's lives. I would never want to get any other party. I'll compete with the parties that are available, that have gone through registration, and those kind of things. When you talk about the shareholding principle, I don't believe in the shareholding principle. I believe in one Kenyan, one vote, one sharing. Every Kenyan is a shareholder in this. So those differences, and when one articulates them, there are those who may think that is an insult, or they get very unhappy because some people are not happy in being criticized. But again, politics is about competition. It's about pushing your own ideology. What do you think about an issue? And it will be important for us to get to that level, certainly without calling each other's names. And I agree, insults are not useful. And as a Jubilee party, we would not want to entertain issues of insults. It doesn't help the party grow. I know, like, even now as I was walking in, that call I have received last is of anger. A lot of anger within the Jubilee fraternity, because they say again they were subjected to insults last night.
Yes,
I may need to update myself with the insults that may have happened. Maybe I was asleep, whatever it is. But I urge them, even when insulted, let us move on with this new directive that we have from our party leader. You remember him making an apology 2013. And it is a good place to start. It helps you think more soberly when you don't allow yourself to be cluttered with insults and whatever. But of course, there are people who may go out there insulting others on your behalf. And it's also not useful.
Yes,
because that's something that I don't think it helps. That has a lot to do. I don't say that because of a political platform, but I know I received beatings much earlier in life from my mother, who is now 100 years old, and she listens to radio. She may not be listening to the Kisugumigi about Kunayo Hapa. Though she was my teacher, she can understand. And she will be surprised if I take on insulting somebody here now, even when she's 100 years old. And I know I've been insulted with her. I mean, I don't want to dwell on this maneno insult, but they came to my own constituency and insulted her the other day. Kwa hii mambo tu. So if it is to complain us on the insult, I could be complaining more than others, because I know I've received a fair share of insults for the last 3 years, especially when I was fighting for Jubilee, from people from outside Jubilee, and even from people within the party. But saa zingine tunasema hiyo ni chakula ya kukula ukitembea kwa siasa.
Yes.
I'm just wondering,
looking at just a bit of follow-up on the Jubilee. We have the Presidential Retirement Act, which happens to stipulate that once you leave office as a president, you ought not to hold a political party position office 6 months after. Your party leader is still the party leader 6 months way after he left office. And given even your understanding of the law, do you think he's in breach?
No, he's not.
In terms
we
of,
challenge that constitutionally, and the challenge remains there. Again, as Section or Article 38 of the Constitution allows you to associate politically in all ways. So it is a piece of legislation that was enacted by Parliament, and I think I may have been in that Parliament. And sections of it were challenged in the Constitutional Court. I hold that nobody's right should be curtailed, and it is bad to do laws that are targeting individuals. I think that time when we had what was in mind may have been people might have been targeting Moi or such kind of things, but it comes to haunt you. So I don't think he is in breach, and certainly not from the constitutional point of view. Others have gone even as point of quoting other jurisdiction, but you can look at even the U.S. Our constitution has a lot to do with the U.S. Constitution, and former heads of states are invited quite often, almost every other 4 years, to come and help shape the direction parties take. And when you had a party that you used to run a country for 10 years, I think you owe it some level of guidance when you are in power and when you are out of power. So I think that from that constitutional point of view, I believe, and I'm happy that he's guiding us. Yes. In any case, outside even being the leader of Jubilee Party, when he went to Nyayo Stadium, or even at Jomo Kenyatta, when the former Prime Minister remains were brought back to the country, the Kenyans themselves seems to be happy to see him and to hear him give them some guidance. So whoever had doubts as to whether he is useful, the Kenyans themselves said tunampenda na tungependa aseme kidogo kwa sababu ya ile shida tuko nayo. So there we go.
As Kevin comes in, SG, we have a very decent constitution. It provides laws that if only we practiced, we would have a flourishing country. You've had the privilege of trying to shape government. Even at some point, you are a running mate to a presidential candidate. Today we have a very thorny symptom, which is poor governance, bad leadership. And that's why Kenyans unanimously, we are saying this regime has to be suspended come the 10th of August, 2027.
And you remember some of us wanted it earlier.
Yes.
Until you came with a one term. We wanted it gone.
We wanted it gone.
Yesterday.
We're just trying to anchor ourselves within a constitution so that we don't create a crisis again. Like you said, if somebody comes in, it's subject to discussion.
All right. Yeah.
But if somebody comes in, we don't want a replica of the same. As you said, 100 days, we are saying Kioni must go, assuming you are the president then. So then what is our core issue? What is the one problem that as we send this regime home, we have to be focused, hell-bent, that this must happen for us as a country to open the doors of prosperity?
We were in Muranga, when was this? 2 weeks ago? Or thereabout?
Yeah, thereabout.
Where when the president was talking about the need to ensure that people do not insult one another. From the same speech, he gave us a story. He did it in Kikuyu. But he was reminding us of a marketplace where two Wazirs went to a market, and in the market they found two animals. One was a monkey, the other one was a goat. And the monkey was there entertaining people, and two Wazirs sat there. They were very happy with what the monkey was doing, and one Mzee decided to buy a monkey so that he could be entertained when he goes back home. And the other one decided to buy a goat. And both of them went back home with animals. And the question is, when you go to the marketplace to choose leaders, it's upon you to choose the leader that you want. Do you want to choose a monkey, or do you want to take home a goat? What he was saying is this: we have a constitution that is good, but it's a question of what you want. Do you want a monkey to be in charge of that constitution, or do you want a goat to be in charge of that constitution? You can even look at it from this other side. Do you want a person who makes the decision of buying a monkey, or a person who makes a decision of buying a goat? So the choice is ours. And again, all of you are there. 2002, Kibaki comes into power under the same constitution that Moi was using to run this country, and we ended up with a negative economic growth. He used the same constitution for 10 years. We ended up with 8-point-something economic growth. So while we improved our constitution by the 2010 constitution, the fact that you need a human being behind it, or the human resource to implement the law, did not change. And that responsibility was still left with the Kenyans to make a choice as to who do they want to run their affairs. And that is why, even as we look at 2027, and the individuals are before there, you look at the quality, the character of the individuals that were there. And my urge to Kenyans is, again, please do not make the same mistakes. Look at the track record of an individual. There's nothing else that speaks about a person more than the track record. And if you can use the track record of a person, and you are likely to get it right. But if you use emotions and justification that are neither here or there, then you are likely to again go back to 2032 and saying one term, another one term. And and I know many of us, and that's why I'm inviting you to look at the records that are there in the page. Internet is a good thing. It's a nice thing, because unlike the essays you were writing before, here Yendi, Somo pale tu. Look at the track record of each and every of the individuals. I think we have 2, 3, 4 people who have said they want to run. And don't shy away from saying Akia Mungu umetusaidia hii kitu ya kusukuma Ruto aende nyumbani, lakini hii tabia hapo beleni inaonekana kama si mzuri, na tutaendelea na wewe, lakini hii ya kwenda bere, we another look for somebody, whatever. I mean, and Kenyans are really looking for new minds. I'm sure that is why individuals like Winnie would excite ODM following, sababu hawajui mambo, hana shida kubwa huko nyuma, hana hata sijui kidogo yake nyuma ambayo iko shida. So there is that kind of thing. But Kenyans also fail when we finally come very near the ballot box. I don't know what happens. We quickly forget what we were looking for and are taken away by the sloganeering, people who have ways of telling good stories. But people who can perform it's really the case that we give them opportunity to perform in this country. In fact, somebody yesterday said, I think it was the preacher, said it's like we have a way of liking bad things. You know, and even being happy with people whom we were unhappy with there before. That's a kind. It was coming from the pulpit. I think. I hope I am not quoting my pastor.
It's called Stockholm syndrome.
Yes, Stockholm syndrome.
Well, I'm just wondering, because when we started the conversation, you made reference to some of the challenges that Azimio had, that therefore made it difficult for your presidential candidate to win the election, and you picked one of those challenges as probably lack of agents. The second one you mentioned, there was a delay in agreeing on your presidential candidate, among several others. But I'm just wondering, in the revamped Jubilee, what is the strategy? Because seated here as a voter and listening to your conversation against the other competitors, it doesn't appear like the party is keen to, bring out this political euphoria, which I think is part of what you are referring to as Kenyans liking, having some affinity to negative things or bad things, until you wait for the last minute, somebody comes with a slogan that looks nice, but is really not nice. Because if you look at, for example, the by-elections that are happening, out of 23 by-elections, I think Jubilee has one slot. You pulled out of Kariobangi North to support the Wiper candidate.
Two. Yeah. We have only two.
Yeah, why is
Narok
this?
and Uguja.
Why is this, especially for a party that has
Narok pulled out?
No,
yeah.
Not yet. Okay,
he didn't.
Yeah, so I would have expected maybe to see a platform that would, send Jubilee as a very strong, uprising party coming from the legal issues that you've had, the institutional challenges, and I see you have come with a Jubilee party constitution. So I would have probably seen a newness, in some revamped Jubilee to be able to arouse the ground and plant, quote-unquote, candidates in almost all the seats. So what is this strategy?
And politics, timing is everything.
Exactly.
And that was a conscious decision that we took. We had not, by that time we didn't even have our own constitution, this constitution in place.
Yeah.
It had not been okayed by the powers that be in the name of political parties, register of political parties.
Yeah.
And many other things that we've been doing in the party. And I believe that by the time the dates were being given, we still had some legal issues that we needed to clear in the courts. And a decision was made that we cannot just purge ourselves into a competition that we are not prepared to do. So it was a decision that we took. And again, having been there for 10 years, having seen what happened 2022, you also don't want to rush into a scenario and you embarrass yourself. Two is that those are not few by-elections. 27 by-elections are many. And any opposition party that would want to take on all of them and have an impact, you need to have some good resources with you. And you'll have to be competing, and not just in terms of winning, but also in terms of the amount of money you can commit to that process, and still be careful that you are left with something come 2027.
Yeah.
Number three is that some of the resources you do want to rely on are coming from the same government you want to remove, and we have seen a clear indication from William that this is a tool that he is going to use against the opposition parties, withholding funding from the political party funds account or fund. Number three is that it was also not very clear to us in terms of if we are talking about united opposition, how are we getting into this? We have a lot of statements we make outside, but in terms of a document that you can lead and say, when you are in Bere, this is my responsibility as Jubilee Party, that is still not available to us. And even engaging at the united opposition platform, you know, was limited on our part. Because again, people expected me to be going to those meetings daily, but I have had quite a lot to do. We are preparing for NDC to ensure that we do the tidying up of our areas and the rest. And to a point where people started saying, oh, you are not frequent there. We had our neck. Now we know who is it that we should be expecting there. It's Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who is also our presidential candidate. And I also would want to say this, and for the benefit perhaps of many. To me, the outcome of these by-elections is not indicative of the preparedness level of the opposition. And it should never, it will not, I would be using it to see how will IBC behave going to 2027. And I'm on the lookout to see what is it that we can lead from the IBC. Remember, we just have commissioners. The secretariat is still the old one. So this is still the old vehicle that was there. And my position is that we need to also do away with the secretariat in good time. So long and short of it is that even the case of Narok is and Uguja, these are young people who came and said, please, and really wanted the tickets, and we gave them. The Narok candidate is still is still our candidate. Is not what I've heard others saying that he has pulled out. But my lesson from perhaps what I've seen from UDA is one of the things they are going to use 2027 is buying of candidates. Whoever you feud as opposition, and that's why every party must prepare well, better than we are doing, as an individual party, not as a movement. Because when you when you're in that movement of united opposition, it covers the level of preparedness of the individual parties. And it makes it very difficult for you to remove William. The parties must prepare because their candidates will be bought kama jugu karanga kwa soko. They will be bought at all levels. And I can give you that case of Narok. That young man is being bombarded with offers. If what he is telling us is anything to go by. And I have no reason to doubt. So you need characters. You know, candidates who have character, one who cannot, the people believe in something other than there is the money that is put on the table. But one of the things UDA will be using 2027 is to buy so that they have more candidates unopposed. Because they fear the eventual casting of the ballot. And the Kenyans having resolved that you must leave office, they are likely to be the agents everywhere. And leaguing might be very difficult, given even what I saw at Jomo Kenyatta. If the young people who came for the remains of Raila come for you because you are stealing votes at a polling station, I want to tell you, you will take off before they get anywhere near. And that's how it will be across the country.
But as all of this is playing out,
the leaguing tactics for UDA
may not prevail.
Will be very different. But if they have no candidates vying against their own, then it becomes difficult.
Then here, SG, you have the impeached deputy president, who is the party leader of the DCP, trying to cajole people into a one-party system, in my opinion, which I think would pose a greater threat, as you say, because if now you're going head-to-head against this regime and that one would be party system, so it's one candidate against the other, and then they are compromised, that will open the doors for what you're saying, that people will go unopposed, and others will just find mechanisms of having this regime continue, which is a threat. Now, I'm just wondering, should our goal right now be trying to organize like this, the coalition of the deputies, because they were all former deputies, Kalonzo, Gachagua, Martha Karua. should we be...
Matiang'i was not a former
I did not mention him. I did not mention him.
No, I hope you forgot like the others occasionally forget. I can see.
Yes.
Anyway,
so my thinking is that we as Kenyans, we perhaps should be organizing, because the UDA regime is not all powerful than the Kenyans. We are the people. We have the numbers. We shall be voting. So when we are cajoled into parties just to elevate one of them, because eventually they want to say that it's going to be one of them who is going to be a presidential candidate, whom to many Kenyans is not an option because they do not provide an ideological difference yet to Kenyans. I see that as a setup, perhaps, for us making the same mistake twice, like you said. And yet we, the people, we are going to have our own presidential candidate. We are going to vote on an idea. But you don't want to have a conflict, ideally, with the political class against the people, and yet the enemy is the same, is the one regime. Shouldn't those people be asking the people, what do you want, instead of saying, we are going to give you a candidate?
I believe that what we should be doing ourselves is to sell kila mtu anajiuza kwa hii soko. And very, very vigorously. So that Kenyans can then decide that given what I have heard, I think let's go with her. If you are persuaded and you wanted to run, you will go with her.
Yes.
Not through coercion.
No.
But you also make a decision and say, looks like I'm not going to have enough votes. I go that direction.
Okay.
I am a little worried about the way we are being coerced and literally to the point where I are told when you have a different view, you are categorized as a person who is insultive.
Yes.
That is not going to help us. It is not going to help us. Remember, this Mwai Kibaki. When people are organizing 2002, 2007, and actually even 2007 is even a better case. Forget about 2002. 2007, people are making one party for him and everybody else to come into it. When he said, I am going to be in PNU, and he was actually even ready to run alone. Wewe enda tafuta kura yako. Wewe tafuta kura yako. Kila mtu tafuta kura yako. He ended up winning 2007, but with the people from all other parties. We were only 29 in PNU. But we formed a coalition after the voting where we got to about 102 against ODM 103. And we had a difference of one person in parliament. I think something like that. And if you really are a leader, that is when you can do best. Because it is, you bring people together and you agree on an issue. And that's what I saw Kibaki do. Another gentleman who did this, maybe not I mentioning the same sentence, but related, Derito Moreithi. The way he managed like Kipia the other day was amazing. He was an independent candidate, governor.
Yes.
So he didn't have a single member of the county assembly who belonged to his side. All of them were from other political parties. But he was able to have them together. They never even threatened him with the impeachment. And he delivered.
But that was clear because Jeremiah, because it was very clear from the very beginning what his agenda was. The agenda was to make it better. The agenda was actually for the people of Laikipia. The agenda was that you're going to be the agent through which good governance and development then will be recognized. Can you ask and answer the same question of all these people who are keeping us wrapped audience to these shenanigans that we are seeing? That there is pushing for a particular candidate, there's pushing people to see through this pie hole that this person is the one that you want. But we can't see that agenda, Jeremiah. If nobody has ever said it, let's say it here today. That the people of Kenya cannot see clearly from the people who are putting themselves up as agents for leadership that they actually care about the people of Kenya. It's not clear. So if somebody needs to go into the locker room and have a conversation, and if truly these people who all over the place are shouting and saying that they want to lead Kenya, Kenyans do not see clearly that you care for them. With the example of Kibaki and Derito Moreithi that you give, Kenyans cannot see that. They can't see it. They don't believe that it is for the prosperity and betterment of Kenya that we see all this thing that we are seeing over the last couple of months, and that we're going to see all this thing that we see for the next 1 year. Kenyans don't believe it.
If I was a candidate, I would just take what you have said down and lead it 10 times and try to do exactly what you are calling upon. That's my problem. We are spending a lot of time trying to say that we are united, and we are not telling Kenyans why we are united. I know the removal of Kasongo is first and foremost, but I'm also saying that is a resolve Kenyans have made. Please don't write on that. Don't write on that resolve. Bring your agenda. And I want to see you and say, when I see you, what is the name of this guy who was elected mayor in New York? However controversial he was, Mamdani.
Yes.
Is that Mamdani? I want to, when I see you, I see what is defining you is affordability. When I see you as Trump, is immigration. What's defining our candidates?
Right.
And I am, since I'm not a candidate, I do not want to answer that. But I'm a candidate whom I'm campaigning for.
Yes.
And we are certain that in the coming days, coming weeks, we have meetings that are going. We will certainly be able to see him and see what defines him. We are happy with the track record. We are happy with his level of integrity. But we now want Kenyans to see him and see what do I want from, what does he stand for?
You have conversations with him. You have conversations
just allow
with
me,
him.
because you may just have rescued Kenyans from the difficulties that we are in.
It's possible.
If that statement had come from me, I would have been accused of being anti-united opposition. But I'm happy that it's coming from Kenyans, from people who are listening to us, and you are now telling us you are not speaking to us. The synonyming is not enough. Speak to us, and you can only speak to us by addressing the issues. Let us know what do you stand for. And that's exactly, I do not want to use, Dito Morini is my friend. I think he will have a very easy sailing in Laikipia. Even after having joined government. You know, Kenyans are not fools.
No.
Kenyans, mimi nimewangalia na ucheze na wao. They had difficulties with people who joined government when they were invited, Kina Deito Mureithi, Mutahi Kagwa and the rest. But when you listen to them talking about Lee Kinyajui, talking about Derito Mureithi, they are still very impressed about the track records. So you what you stand for, and not what you as a crowd. You know, the desire to belong to a crowd so that you are put to the next level is what is going to kill us. So I am saying that, and it's a challenge that I've taken as a Secretary General of Jubilee, which has a presidential candidate in the name of Matiang'i. This is a debate we must have. We know what it stands for, but it needs to come out for Kenyans to be able to run to the market with it. And that's what would want to sit in the back room.
Because you see, like today, SG,
Yes.
and it's good now we finally on the same page, that this Kenya needs to be discussed on ideologies. We must have a paradigm shift whereby we are not just only talking about a person. Yes, we must have people in office. We must look at their track record. We must look at their character. But more so, they must be coming into office to execute an idea that we as Kenyans have voted them in on. And that from the united coalition of the deputies, that's how I refer to them, is clearly not well pronounced. We do not hear of an agenda that speaks to us as Kenyans. And the one term the Ruto must go did not start today. When the impeached deputy president was still in office, we Kenyans, you are saying, Zakayo Ashuke. So we are still calling for the change of this regime. We've just progressed along that line, and hopefully we get our right come 10th of August 2027. We have other presidential candidates. And I think when you talk of a choice, Kenyans ought to know, like you're saying, so that we're able to screen, assess, and decide this is the person we want. Boniface Mwangi has said he's going to vie. He says he's calling for the rule of law. Jimmy Wanjigi has said he's going to vie for president. He's speaking to the economy question. We have the incumbent. You know, the United Coalition have not yet agreed who the candidate is going to be, but Jubilee, you are saying we're going to have Matiang'i. We must have this conversation along what do you stand for, as you say. And then, if you are rejected by the people, kindly step away, and they should let what the choice has been done to prevail.
You know, one of the things that have been weighing on us as Jubilee, one is that we have a presidential candidate as a party. And there is a united opposition. So my position is that as a party, sell your own. Let us know what your own stands for. That's what we are trying to do on a daily basis with Fred Matiang'i. The thing that the media must also help us in is where you had put us in a fix before. And you really put me in a fix with the media. Because every time there will be a meeting of the United and I'm not there, you then say Jubilee is going it alone. It's a lone rager, the kind of thing. So you put more premium in being seen as a crowd and less on what I stand for as a candidate. If you allow us that room, I want to tell you, in the coming 2-3 weeks, we should be able to say clearly to Kenyans, what does Fred Matiang'i stand for? So that he doesn't also feel like, every time there is a meeting, and it's good to be part of the United, but it should not be the first thing. It should be, I'm going to the United because when I go there, they will be seeing this line of ideology.
It's interesting that you say that, Jeremiah, because, because a stand is not something that can be created or that people sit in a boardroom and say, okay, this is what your stand will be. A stand is birthed from creed, something that is inherent. You believe that the people should have better. You believe that an economy should be thriving. You believe that it should be bereft of corruption. You believe that your children should go to school unabated. You believe that your health system should thrive. That is not something that people can come together and put on a PowerPoint and say, okay, Fred, this is what your stand is going to be. Let's fix it. In the next 3 weeks, then we'll present it to Kenyans. By now, we should have been hearing clearly, unequivocally, that this is what my stand is. You can put it together and, put some eyelashes on it to make it look a little better. But rough should be, this is what it is. And people should be able to hear any word that comes out of your mouth and they know, this is what this person believes in.
I don't know why.
I don't have to put it together for somebody to believe it. It should be there.
I don't understand how it is that we are agreeing so much.
And let
me now say what. That's exactly the thing. If I'm spending too much time in as a place where I'm not able to talk about the things I believe in, not without saying X as the word.
Yes.
But if I have more time on Spice, more time with the people in town hall meetings, more time with university students talking about, eventually you'll say, this is what this person believes in. But if a lot of the time I'm spending it with a group you want me to be a part of the choir, then you never know where can I help in the choir. And that is what I'm saying. If you people in the media release us a little bit more so that you want to know, what does this person speak? What does he stand for? And engage the individuals more. And that's also what we want to do with the Jubilee. When you say 2-3 weeks, it's not to sit in a boardroom, but it's to try and expose this person, let him be out there speaking to people so that they can now see what does he stand for, what can they pick. And I will tell you, I had a conversation with somebody who is in South Africa this morning. The only conversation I had from 5 o'clock. And we came up to the same conclusion, that we now need this. Exactly what you have said. You don't go saying I stand for integrity, but what you keep telling people should eventually let people, you should win the confidence of Kenyans that when you sit in office, I would certainly go for a loan because I believe that I'll be able to repay the loan.
Yes.
Not because you have told me, but because I have faith in the way you manage your affairs. So that's the kind of thing. And I'm saying we have, I don't want to say this because again, out there you'll be so told that you're insulting. What I am about to say is that we must go to Bere and campaign for our candidates. We must go to Narok and campaign for our candidates. We must go, but better outcome, whether it is won by the opposition of UDA, will not define 2027. I would rather spend time saying what, engaging people, listening to their views, giving ideas, so that they can divine me something. That way, I'll make it easier for them to make a decision come 2027. I want to see Fred Matiang'i do the same, because it becomes easier going to 2027. You don't want to flog a thing that cannot move in the market. As a party, when you are getting to endorse him as NEC and also go to Mulanga and endorse him, is one of the statements that was said by the former president is, he is a worker. I know he is a worker. That's why I'll be behind him, because he is a worker. And if it is working, I can tell you he is a worker. But this needs to come out from the people, wa Kenya wenyewe, so that when you are going to cast the barrel, it becomes easier. So the challenge is also to us as a party. And this is not hii si mchezo. These Kenyans we are tired. I'm also tired of what I'm seeing being done by the people in power. I really want a change, and I really want a change to be useful to Kenyans. And I don't want to be party to kufuga macho na kwenda kujificha nyuma yako. No. And I want to tell you, kuwa juu ya gari, and it's a good campaign thing. Kuwa juu ya gari does not help Kenyans understand you. Because there you have to go on top and tell stories, be funny, make them laugh. But it's not laughter that is going to get us out of the difficulties we are.
But again, I'm just wondering, because so therefore, what should we see in the next coming days?
Can you also organize debates for these people? Get them into debates.
The presidential...
like the three of us, we are here.
Yes.
If they really want to help this country, let them also sign up to debates, not one. And at all levels, Kiswahili radio station, vernaculars where they can speak the same language, so that Kenyans can start getting to the issues. Tuachane na hii maneno ya kutupiana majina, kuita huyu hurubaro, kuita huyu pikipiki, ule mwingine ni kuita kodo. Tuachane na hiyo maneno. We get them engaging on issues and see what do these people stand for. I mean, I like mother, for example. Kenyans may not have resonated with it, but when I see mother, I see a person who will not want any corruption activity around her. It has taken her some while to define herself that way. But we need these people. We need, I see Matiang'i is a worker. He's a person who, but a lot of propaganda is also being thrown around. But it will be good to have all of them, so that those of us who are not at the same level of reasoning can be able to make these decisions.
Indeed.
Na waomba kwa jina ya Mungu, tafadhali leteni watu waongee kwa Kenya. Let us as a country make the right decision. The fact that I'm backing Matiang'i and I'm going to campaign for him does not mean that denies other people to make their choices. If we are able to get many of the Kenyans behind him and having assigned a standard which we will use for him when he's office, I think that way we may move. It has happened before, it can happen again.
Indeed. He's Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni. Thank you for being here with us this morning to have that conversation. Indeed. Imagine. Time flies when you're having fun, they say.
I'll come back soon. Thank you so much.
It's a minute past.
And you are doing well, you people. This kind of debate, that's a wonderful kind of debate. Fred was here, he was also very happy with the debate. Kwa hivyo hata nyinyi mnaendelea mzuri.
Asante.
Mungu awabariki.
Amina. Kukaa pande hiyo na wewe leo
nimechaga.
A minute past 9. Good morning.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The National Police Service is conducting its recruitment drive for 10,000 police constables across all 427 designated centers in the country. It comes a day after the MPS announced a change of venue for Nairobi from Kamukunji Sports Grounds to Morrison Primary School. The original venue, the MPS said, was deemed unfit to conduct the recruitment due to ongoing construction works. NPS spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga said the nationwide exercise would run from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and will be conducted in a single day. Nyaga warned that anyone who indulges or attempts to indulge in bribery or corruption in any form will face the full force of the law. Kitui Senator Ndu Okoh has termed President William Ruto's recent 4-day tour of the Ukambani region as a failed mission. Ruto used the tour to appeal to residents to shun opposition politics and embrace the government, noting that although the region largely voted against him in the last general election, his administration was committed to ensuring Ukambani was at par with the rest of the country in terms of development. But Wambua says that Ruto's visit failed to generate meaningful political impact. He's also criticized leaders who met Ruto at the Kitui State Lodge, describing the meeting as a handout-driven gathering.
Najua kuna leaders wameitwa hapa Kitui Town. Wengi tu kabisa from all over. Wamekaa pale, wamekaa na president hapo. I'm told, kwa sababu pia na mimi nimetuma watu wangu waende wakae hapo wasikilize, 95% of the time in that meeting ilikuwa ni story ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Vile Kalonzo Musyoka ni mtu mbaya, vile Kalonzo Musyoka pia amefanya nini, amekataa kuingia kwa serikali. Alafu malipo baadaye ni kila mtu alipewa shilingi 10,000, na Ruto akaingia kwa ndege, akarudi Nairobi, na kila mtu akaenda nyumbani.
The National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Agriculture is due to visit 7 KTDA-run factories in the east and west of the Rift Valley as part of investigations into the recent low bonus payments to small-scale tea farmers. The committee is investigating the cause of the low bonus payments. Among the factories to be visited include the Riri factory in Embu that paid the highest bonus in the year of 57.5 shillings per kilo. Last month, MPs from the west of the Rift Valley called for a review of KTDA governance structure following outcry over the low bonus payments. KTDA attributed the variations in bonus payments for the 2024-2025 financial year to factors such as market conditions, leaf quality, and regional production dynamics. Recovery efforts are to continue in Elgeyo-Marakwet County 16 days after deadly landslide struck Chesongoch, killing 40 people. 8 people are still believed to be trapped beneath the mud. When the mudslide swept through the region, it destroyed homes, displacing hundreds of families who now live in makeshift camps. These people spoke to reporters at Chesongoch Mission Hospital, one of the hardest hit facilities.
We lost so much through the mudslide. First of all, the community lost so many people. Secondly, the hospital where we are, we lost so many machines through the mudslide, and there was much destruction.
We wanted to come and rebuild Chesogos together, and we also had the request from His Excellency the Governor, the Bishop himself, to come and start to rebuild. So today we brought a consignment which is composing of medicine which are going to the people.
Cartel de los Soles, a group the U.S. alleges is led by Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, will be designated as a terrorist organization, the U.S. State Department has said. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued a statement on Sunday announcing that the U.S. intends to consider the group a foreign terrorist organization from November the 24th. It means that Maduro will effectively be designated a terrorist as well because the U.S. alleges he heads the Cartel de los Soles, an accusation Maduro strongly denies. It's the Trump administration's latest effort to reduce drug trafficking and put pressure on Maduro as the U.S. considers whether to take military action inside the country. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Up to 60% off on 900 plus quality items. Naivas Kikwetu Black November 2025 tunacheza kama sisi in a bigger and a better way just for you. Ukidai TV tuko na the best brands. Ukidai fridge tuko na the best quality. Ukidai blenders na microwaves utakuwa spoiled for choice. Na ukifanya shopping kuna amazing weekly and monthly prizes. Unaweza kuwa driver wa a brand new car ama senke this season. Usikubali kupitwa hiki kwetu Black November season. Shop at any Naivas store or online at naivas.co.ke. Save up to 60% and stand a chance to win big. Naivas saves you money.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 10 minutes after 9 o'clock, into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room, on this 17th day of November. And as we're getting towards the end of the year, I've seen some folks have already put up their Christmas lights and decorations. Everything is already happening. Well, Naiva says we're not being left behind. We know how we do it. Let's kick off the festive season, Kikwetu style. We are talking unbeatable deals, flash sales, and deals of the day up to 60%. This is your chance to stock up, gift early, and enjoy value that only saves you money. Okay, now listen. Naivas is celebrating 35 years of Kikwetu excellence in a big way. Through the Naivas at 35 Kikwetu promotion, they're saying asante to all Kenyans with amazing weekly prizes and monthly prizes as well. They're giving away 6 cars, 45 motorcycles, fridges, cookers, microwaves, and even the iconic Naivas Mbuzi. And this time, even chicken to spice up your Christmas. And the best part, you could win instantly at the till every day, everywhere. And just make sure you are a Naivas loyalty member. And how do you do that? Shop for any amount and you're in. So shop, save, and win Kikwetu style at a Naivas Kiloko near you or even online. Black November, the Kikwetu way, only at Naivas. And remember that Naivas saves you money every day. Those are the things that we're talking about today as we're getting into it, getting into the Christmas season. So there's a lot of shopping and a lot of gifting to be done, but there's also a lot of care that we're asking you to apply, and that's part of the conversation that we're having into this morning. David Njeri is from the Road Safety Association. He's here with us this morning. Good morning, David.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Very much fine.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
And Dr. Duncan Kibogong is a Deputy Director at the Road Safety Programs of NTSA. He's here with us again this morning as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you both here.
Thank you.
And of course, we're looking into curbing road carnage. Some of the numbers that we've seen are disturbing at best. And we're getting into a season where everybody and their uncle is going to be on the roads. So we're having that conversation. It's necessary that we do. It's uncomfortable, but necessary. So we'll do that today. But let's start off with today's proverb. As you know, we go to a different African country every week. We'd love to hear your interpretation of this. Proverbs this week are from Guinea. And this is the one for today. To make preparations does not spoil the trip. To make preparations does not spoil the trip. Chorage?
Thank you. I think that one is it's matching properly with the theme of where we are now, because we are going towards the festive season, and I think it is matching very well. That it is good you get prepared when you are starting your journey. Prepare yourself. Don't just move. You want to go shags, you don't know which car you're using. You must be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is a tough one. You say to make preparation does not spoil the journey. Already.
Yes.
So basically, it tells that anything you need to plan accordingly, and as you plan accordingly, then the journey can still go whichever direction it is. But it's better off to have a plan on how to move. So basically, on matter strategy or otherwise, then that planning is very important. I think that's my interpretation. I don't know whether we are correct, but I think interpretation is.
It's a problem. As we say, you can't have a wrong opinion.
Absolutely.
It's yours completely. So if it's wrong, then we would have to ask you questions then about how you go right or wrong. All right. So we're getting into this at this time. Usually by the 10th of December in Kenya, people, rather, let's say after Jamhuri Day celebrations, people just start to disappear. People start going up country. People start traversing the roads. People are on the road essentially 24/7. You can start to see traffic jams go west from easily around the 15th, because everybody's heading out. But unfortunately, even as this celebratory period begins, what we also see is a lot of accidents. Even before the festive period has begun, we have seen quite a number. And just from numbers that are even coming from the offices of NTSA, Duncan, is that unfortunately things are not looking too good. I just want to give some of those numbers now in terms of what they already look like, and then essentially what the call would be looking forward. From January 1st to October 22nd, 2025, Kenya recorded 3,890 fatalities. Fatalities, not accidents, fatalities. 3,890 of them compared to 3,805 during the same period, 2024. The deaths include 1,460 pedestrians, 351 drivers, 378 pillion passengers, 57 pedal cyclists, and 1,000 motorcyclists. The National Transport and Safety Authority, which is NTSA, is going to led yesterday nationwide commemorations for the World Day of Remembrance of Road Traffic Victims, with the main event scheduled for Eldoret under the theme Lost Talents. So there is a recognition that there is a problem. Almost 4,000 people to die from road accidents in 10 months is a lot. Dr. Kibogong, what exactly is happening on the roads?
I thank you so much. I think I would want to also thank you for allowing us to come to your studios so that you can speak to Kenyans who are Appens road users as well. As you said, the numbers are quite high, and that is unacceptably high. And we always say one life lost on the road is one too many. So indeed, it's not acceptable to have any number, whatever it is, even if it were 10, even if they were 20. But as you talked about now, 4,000, as you've just the figures you've read, that is still quite high. As you did indicate that yesterday we had what you call World Day of Remembrance of Road Traffic Victims, and indeed this is something. It's a global recognition.
every third Sunday of every November has been set aside by the UN General Assembly to be the World of Remembrance of Road Traffic Victims. Basically, is to commemorate and observe that day that people have died. And when you talk even globally, you're talking up to about 1.2 million persons dying every year across the world. So to commemorate and to say that this is something which is preventable, it's not acceptable at all. Things can be done to improve this particular problem. So yes, the numbers are high, and this is why we are working with stakeholders, both within government and outside government, to reduce this number. As talking about this festive season into December, as people want to celebrate with their families the festive season, it's our wish, and we really have to work with all of us, and everyone has a role, as a matter of fact, including the media, that we need to have safer people as they go to their homes and back over Christmas. And traditionally, this festive season, November, December to January, there's a lot of movement from the upcountry, from probably the town cities into rural homes and back. And I think that is a culture with the Kenyan population. But there are other behavioral factors which come into play, which, so to speak, add or basically increases the risk of road traffic crashes. One is drink driving. We notice that many people drink and drive. There's a lot of speeding on those particular roads. Some people are used to those particular roads. They've not used it for a very long time, so they are not even, they are not familiar with those particular roads. Issues to do with fatigue. You'll find people traveling all the way from, say, Nairobi into Mombasa or to Kisumu without having to take break, because human beings, and they have not been basically drivers for long time, because most people in the towns drive for a very short period of time. They park their cars, and at times even the vehicle factors. We don't check our cars. We don't, ensure that they're roadworthy or they're, serviced well. So you wake up one morning, you put your family and you go some 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and the vehicle has not been serviced, for example, has not been checked, issues with braking and all that. Then there's the whole aspect around, of course, the weather at times come into play. In terms of rainy season at times, and that also basically adds up to the mix. But that notwithstanding, you always say road traffic crashes are totally preventable. It has been done, and we've seen some results in the past. Numbers now are quite high, but nevertheless, we even had some results about some areas or some particular roads which have been done, and that's why we're working with the National Police Service, with the stakeholders like Mr. Kiaria, my friend here, among others, to ensure that we do it collaboratively. Enforcement, among others.
Just to come in a bit, because you've unleashed a myriad of reasons which are all pertinent to the topic. However, I look at it this way: road use is a right of every Kenyan. So that's why it's a shared responsibility. If you're a pedestrian, if you do whatever form of using the road you are employing, it should be well protected. And I believe that's why we have now these institutions, NTSA and others, the police, the traffic police and all, to control, so that right is well utilized.
Correct.
However, when we have 4,000 as a number of people we have lost to the road use itself, that ought to be, in my opinion, a crisis, a national crisis that we need to address accordingly. And I attribute it to just two, as you were saying. One is a behavior part of it, that is a human error, and then there is a mechanical error in larger scale, where you say the vehicle could be faulty and all that, then the behavior, people could be drinking, speeding, and driving at night with no lights and all those things. But at what point do we, do you as a government, come out and realize that if we don't have proper roads, proper signage, that installing a bump that is not labeled is as good as a pothole, and it is a recipe for an accident? At what point does the government come in and say, first, before we blame the humans for using the road as is, we have to have the infrastructure right? Because losing a life because of a bump that was installed overnight and it was left unmarked, who takes responsibility for that? When you have these, we call them black spots, you know, and there is no signage that prepares you as a new driver along that route.
Or even an old driver who went to bed at night and woke up in the morning and something is new.
Yes. So at what point do we really take it seriously as a government and realize that we are the one who provide this service in terms of a road and the signage before we start telling people drive safe, observe speed, do not drunk and drive also.
Or even locals who just erect their own bump on the road.
Yeah. So as you said, yes, the government does play a role, and as is incumbent, just like all governments across the globe, to provide services for its citizens. So one of the services you've talked about is transport, and that means that the provision of the road is largely a government function. And in this country, of course, public roads is roads. That notwithstanding, yes, I'm speaking on behalf of government as such, but there are road agencies who are responsible over some of those, and we're talking about Kena, Kura, Kera, and county government, amongst others. Yes, indeed, we always say, and this is even if you go to the best of the countries, road infrastructure will always be done, but there will be never one you can say it's 100%, 100% safe. So even of the best roads in the world. But that notwithstanding, I will put it this way, that as government is striving to use some of those facilities, it's incumbent among us, all of us, to use them, because at times, like just right outside your gate out here, we have a footbridge and people don't use. So those are some of the infrastructural things which are put forth, and it's important to use. We also reckon that the road signs may not be enough, but equally we've also noticed that when road signs, and this is quite clear in this country, it has become a big burden. Road signs, you put barriers, guardrails, but people still steal some of those because of the quality of the metal. So I know of roads whereby, and this is a discussion, if you ask the people in the road construction agencies, that is Kena Kura, it's something they really grapple with, because you put some infrastructure, the following day that road sign you put is gone.
Is that why they decide not to do it later? Is that why they decide not to employ road furniture?
No, absolutely not.
Alternative materials.
Absolutely. In fact, that is one of the things they're exploring, of putting the alternative material. Of course, there are deficient aspect to it because of the reflectability, amongst others. But notwithstanding, we are not saying that we're going to run away from that, but we also want everyone to take responsibility. So on the issues to do with black spots, we've even gone further to identify some of those what you call the ZADA sections, which have been identified. And as a matter of fact, the president launched the National Road Safety Action Plan about a year ago, and in that action plan we have identified road sections which have been known to cause road traffic crashes. And with those particular road sections, what we're going to do, and this is what we're planning, and we work with the Northern, about a month ago, the minister actually gave instructions to the road agencies that some of those identified hazardous sections and black spots need to be treated. As we speak, there's a whole plan to walk around the same. And as we walk, as we improve some of those infrastructure, then it's also important that people use it correctly, so that we don't get people like the border going on the opposite direction of the road.
But they do.
Yes, they do.
And they do this, Daktari, in front of traffic policemen.
And I think,
and they do this. The same traffic policemen.
Correct.
First of all, just to unpack this, why do traffic policemen do this visual inspection of all matatus early morning? Just, I mean, all Kenyan, they can bear me witness.
Yes.
Every main road in this country, right now as you speak, and tomorrow morning, there will be a fleet of traffic police collecting money, basically.
Okay.
But then a few meters or kilometers down the road, there is a black spot where they should be trying to control and save lives.
Yes.
A few meters down the road, you hear of an accident that has happened. Just a matatu that drove by policemen, traffic policemen, who gave it an okay clearance, and it was overloaded sometimes, it was defective sometimes, and we end up losing lives. Kenyans are tired and angry. It's just that we cannot make our own roads and control traffic. But we need to have you as a government, because road safety is an issue. Not only does it lead to loss of life, but it also leads to disability.
Absolutely.
And families are affected. You know, children lose their parents. Families lose their breadwinners. So we don't want to hear anymore that the government is working with stakeholders. We are thinking, we are strategizing. The president has launched a road safety authority. We want action because this is Christmas, end of the year. People must go home. Is their right to use the road? When will the government have the border person not tie rods of steel that are 10 meters long and drag them along a tarmac road?
Let me put it this way.
Or when will the government have the border guy not carry a sofa set behind him and intervene road safety for the fellow humans?
Let me put it this way. Number one, on the matters, I don't speak for the National Police Service. And I think that is one of the aspects, maybe, and that aspect of corruption is something which we as a society, and that's why we've agreed as a country that we have that problem, the corruption, and that's something which we need to address as a society. It's a societal problem. The question you should ask yourself, as I said, I'm not defending it, but we also have to see it from a different lens. That why is it that also in the first place those particular individuals are giving out money? I mean, if your vehicle doesn't have an issue, then why do you? But as I said, I'm not speaking for the National Police Service. I'll leave it at that. The second part is that there will be nowhere in the whole world where you'll have traffic police officers virtually everywhere. And that is a matter of fact. In fact, even the UN, recommendations of, I don't know how many police officers per population, we are still far away from that.
Oh, you may not have to worry too much, because this week the police recruitment is finally happening after the commission, and so there might be some help. I want to ask David a couple of questions here. I witnessed an accident. Saw that, in fact, going over a bump, and we're like, oh my goodness, this bump doesn't have signage. So somebody who was coming at give or take 100 kilometers an hour flew over this bump, right? Because it was a highway. Flew over this bump, and there was an accident that ensued just a few meters after that because it was unmarked. Okay, it was very clear that they couldn't see it, and then they had to take the bump, and unfortunately, ahead of them, they had to brake quickly. You can guess what happened. From a Road Safety Association point of view, what are you seeing are the reasons for these many accidents? 4,000 people, let's count 4,000. If we count to 4,000, that's a lot of people. We're not saying the number of people who got into accidents. We're saying the number of people who died as a result of these accidents. Where would your mind be wrapped around this particular issue?
Thank you very much. Let me say there is a gap, and we have to admit there is a problem. First, we have to admit that there is a problem in NTSA, and still we don't have proper goodwill from the government. There is a gap, and we have to agree. Why are these numbers rising? We have to admit and agree that NTSA has failed Kenyans in some of these issues. Why? Because they are the lead. They are the people to lead. We cannot be talking of the police. They are the people even to give the instruction, because they are the people who come with policies. What are we supposed to do? Are these policies implemented? They are not. We are talking of the president last year launching an action plan which was to reduce 50%, and is still increasing, meaning that that action plan is not working. And why are we having all these problems? First, we have to agree that there is a problem so that we can be able to solve the problem. Where is this problem? First of all, we start with NTSA as a lead team. There have been a lot of problems in NTSA. I've come here several times. I don't want to discuss about that. But there is a lot of interest in NTSA. It's business. Most of the people who are working there, the interest is the business. What are you going to make when we do this, when we stop this? Like, for instance, Michuki came with speed governors. Today, we don't have a speed governor on the road. Why? And the NTSA, they are aware of that. We have reported to them that vehicles are not limiting because somebody seated somewhere was planning to do business. And how do I do this business? Is to make sure that the speed governors fail so that I can sell my tracking devices. And there, cameras are coming up. All these things. And I want to tell you, like yesterday, I was in Eldoret. And listen to the CS report that now we are coming up with new policies that every PSV vehicle must be fitted with a telematic. The thing is this, what is telematic in the first place? These people are even misadvising the CS. What are the telematics? The standard, which is the KS2295, the gadget, it is already a telematic. But now again, you remove it because you want to do business. You tell us you want to put cameras from Mombasa to Nairobi. That is business, because that gadget in itself, it has it's like a camera. In fact, even if the driver is driving at night, there is no problem. The record is there, 72 hours. You will get the report after 72 hours. You can imagine which journey will it. You have to say you are spending your 72 hours. So the vehicle from Mombasa coming to Nairobi, we have fewer police, but a police officer should just have a very simple gadget, which is even less than 10,000. They don't have. That is, and Daktari, you will bear with me that if we had trained the police.
I like the way he's looking at you.
Yes, Daktari, which is a fact. And if you don't put facts on table, Kenyans will continue suffering. People will continue dying. We will be coming here with the stories every time. Every festive season, we are all here in media houses saying this is what we are doing. But Kenyans continue dying. We've been talking about 3,000. Instead of reducing 3,000, now we are talking about 4,000, and the year is not yet ended. And let me tell you, Daktari, and this is a fact, we have lost more than 4,000. Our record, we keep our record, it is more than 4,000. Even if you go to the WHO, the numbers are high, because where you get your report is from the crashes, the people who die on the spot. But you don't do a proper follow-up of those people die after these accidents.
So Mr. Njoroge, I'm just wondering, with all these narratives, as Kenyans say, even if vitu kwa ground viko, that is how they are.
Exactly.
Where is the gap? Because you're talking policy, you're talking institutional management from the CS. Where is the gap, and what must we do?
The gap
Should we see heads rolling, or what's happening?
The gap is big, but I think if we can have proper discussions, dialogue, I think we can come up with strategies. So like, for instance, a very simple question, because we always talk about NTSA. Let's talk a bit too about Kenha. If you go to Kenha, all these guys are engineers. They are employed, they are engineers, and now we talk of 290-something black spots. And they even recognize this is a black spot, and they write on the road. That is the government telling you that you can die when you reach this point. And it is the government. Instead of knowing, what are we supposed to do? These are road design. Why can't we change this design? Simple as that. And we forget about black spots. We are not supposed to be having a black spot in this country. Because every black spot, we know why the design, maybe the design is not good.
Can we pass it back? Do we know that black spots, so black spots is a problem with the road design, right? In a lot of cases, or I'm not making a statement, asking a question. Is a black spot right now, as they have been established in Kenya, a problem with the design of the road?
A black spot really is a mix of a number of things. It's not just a design, of course, plays a bigger role because the design originally how it was designed. Second is over time, some road may undergo wear and tear. Some things may change, including vegetations getting close, so it converts from it not being a black spot initially and becomes so even clearing of the bushes and the visibility and all that. Over time, you can still design a road. Then some dynamics around land use. You've had like Eastern Bypass, which originally was not supposed to. A road which was a bypass, basically going through nowhere. But all of a sudden, people come and construct, bars and up market and all that, and now it converts to become a black spot because the mix will now promote issue to be a conflict. Right. So it is not just about the design. So it is about all aspect to do with the design, including land use and urban planning and all what it goes around,
which can then be altered, isn't it, from what you're saying?
Yes, definitely,
because this has some human aspect to it. So then actually it can be fixed and cease to be a black spot. right?
Absolutely.
So why don't we see that happening?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's some of those the dynamics, and I'll tell you. One is the issue to do with cost, and as I said, we need to understand that issues to do with, but we've identified as NTSA, and now the road agencies have continued to fix some of those particular. I'll tell you, for example, one of the very important black spots in this country which was fixed, not fixed 100%, but at least there's a reduction of road traffic crashes. If you know a place called Salga all the way to Kibunja for a very long time has been associated with an extremely very high risk, and we had a discussion, and government through Kenya and the relevant agencies, I remember that time I was part and parcel of the team, put some resources into it, and that is the resources of dualizing that particular road, so that we avoid, head-on collisions with the vehicles, and these people freewheeling and all that kind of thing. So it's been fairly silent, I can say. I'm not saying that it is fully, but so all those things now come, like some of the things, if you fix a road at times, then the speeds go high, then it may even convert a road which is fairly straightforward to become a Nazada zone.
Okay, let me push this just a little bit. Allow me this latitude. You talk about costs being an issue, but every time me, even in public transport, go to fuel, there is a charge on that fuel. It's called the road maintenance levy.
Yes.
In the fiscal year 2024-2025, Kenya collected upwards of 119.7 billion shillings from the levy. This is not talking about money that was budgeted for the ministry. This is just from the levy. So one would imagine that some of that money goes towards these things that we are talking about.
You're right on that. One of the things I think that resources is not under us as NTSA, but nevertheless, I'll speak around it, that it is this resource as well, there's a formula of some sort where what goes to the different road agencies, what goes to the county government and all that, it's under KRB and I suppose National Treasury. So I'll not speak much around it, but nevertheless, in actual sense, and this is one of the things, even when the law was being created around the division of that money, is that we propose that a percentage of that money should go to road safety. And this is one of the things that our stakeholders are also helping us to advocate so that it becomes into law. As we speak currently, it is not coming 100% to that, but something which I'm sure government is. And that's why if you see even the action plan, one of the things on resource mobilization for fixing of some of those roads is through that particular fund, among as many others, by the way. Yes, as you said, there are other funds. But I can tell you, one of the things is that you've seen some of these resources in the recent past. You've seen the road agencies like construction, some of the roads, they've been trying to put the footbridges and all that. But I'll be back again to what we talked about. And I think Mr. Kiaria mentioned something about the gap. Yes, there will always be a gap, but that is, as NTSA, we bring all the stakeholders together to reduce that gap. I know the issue to the speed, and Mr. Kiare is something which he's talked about for a very long time, and I think he's been a player in this particular
Mr. Njoroge, yes.
Mr. Kiare. So it's been, it's a discussion which is going on this aspect to do telematics and all that. Those are some of the things which you put in policy, and the whole idea was to work towards exactly what you talked about, that you do not need to have police officers with the technology. We can walk around reducing police officers, exactly what you talked about, so that we don't have police officers virtually every other 100 meters on the road to police you. But the use of technology needs to come into play, and that's why the use of the speed governance is such. And currently, I think I'd want to dispute the fact that you say that we have speed limiters. In fact, Mr. Njoroge himself is one of the vendors of speed governance as such.
And I want to correct you, not vendor, supplier. So that's why I know. Kidogo,
so listen.
I wanted, before I forget, let me say, we have so many policies in Kenya. I don't even think there's another country which has more policies than Kenya. But we don't implement. So when I say vehicles don't have speed governor, every Kenyan know that. Go in any highway, drive your vehicle at 120. A lorry carrying fuel will overtake you very comfortably with a very big sticker there. Behind that, it has a speed governor. We have tried to tell you, but NTSA, there came a time, it was purely about business. what I want to say is this: vehicles don't have speed governors. The speed governors which are on our vehicles are not working. And simple is just because
they've been disabled.
We don't want to implement the standard. If the standard can be just implemented, make sure, as it was, when a vehicle goes for inspection, you make sure that it is limiting. But we changed limiting to, you know what we did? We changed the limiting part to, what do you call this? Instead of limiting, we send the data. If that's being sent data, then it is okay.
What does that mean? Instead of limiting the speed, you send data to whom?
To NTSA.
Why?
And this data, let me explain. This data is sent. All the vehicles on our road are sending this data into NTSA server so they can see these vehicles, but they do nothing. They were asking for that server. They were given the server. The server was, I think, World Bank gave Kenya that server, and then they did the server. But today, ask, is there anybody who is watching what these vehicles are doing? And if a vehicle is overspeeding, do you call the nearest police station to stop that vehicle? Instead of, when it has killed, that's the time you start talking about this vehicle was overspeeding. Today, currently, as we are speaking, if we can implement the KS 2295, you even don't need those cameras on the road. You don't need those telematics on the road. Just let us first implement what we have.
What is KS 95?
It is a standard. The standard is purely telematics. Purely, what is the meaning of telematics?
Okay,
I wanted, first of all, you understand what telematics is. If you Google, you can know. Telematics is just a gadget which can store data. And then that stored data can be transmitted to a server. So that is a word I was missing, transmitting. Okay. So what we did, we removed. The law says very clear about limiting a vehicle, so that if a driver gets into this vehicle, he's drunk, he wants to drive, but at a set speed, that vehicle will not go on a certain speed. But when you talk of limiting, anything, even this phone can transmit.
Yes.
So now people are using trackers as a speed governor.
So listen, yes. If you allow me, Joe, what Mr. Njoroge is saying is that there are gaps. And I think it is important that even as you commemorate this particular calendar event, there are certain goals and milestones that you achieve. And one of those things, I imagine, is a preventive measure.
Absolutely.
And from the statistics that Ndu read to us, over 4,000, so we have about 1,400 pedestrians who die on the roads. I've attended some of your awareness creation events with boda bodas, matatu owners, but who speaks to the pedestrians, particularly around personal responsibility, how to cross a road, when not to cross a road? Where is the pedestrian who is suffering the bulk of these fatalities?
Yes, it's good you've come to that point, because at times, and I think you mentioned about the statistics, and that's quite clear, that if the numbers, the highest number of people who get killed on the road are pedestrians, and the second, or almost the same, about 35%, are the pillion passenger and the rider. So you're talking about maybe 60-70% of the persons dying on our roads are pedestrians and pillion passenger together with their driver, or the driver, a rider and their pillion passenger combined. These are people we call the vulnerable road users because of a number of things. So yes, we do. Number one is that we work towards reducing these numbers when it comes to pedestrians particularly. We do sensitize a number of them. It is our work as NTSA sensitization the same, because the interventions on road safety usually touches on about 3, maybe 4 areas. If I'm just one is the issue to education. And these some of the things we'll be working with some of the studios. In fact, as we speak now, there's a whole program running which will run and will be informing all the Kenyans about the safety, how to cross the road. There was a time we used Papa Shirandula a while back, and many others, whereby you say you need to cross. The second part is provision of the infrastructural aspect, and that's why you're talking about the footbridges, the pedestrian walkways, the walkway, all that kind of thing. Then the third aspect is so those are the two aspects which touches on pedestrians. So we do actually walk around the same. But that notwithstanding, remember that pedestrians at times also get killed even if they are on the right path. You've had children by the roadside getting killed because of a drunk driver. So as we speak, it is actually a holistic type of, because you cannot say you talk to the pedestrian to cross the road, but you have a drunk driver here driving at 50, say so many kilometers per hour, losing directions and plunging into a school or plunging into a market and that kind of thing. So it's a holistic type of. So, and this one of the things, like there's this crash which happened sometimes back in a place in Kericho around there called, I forget the name, Londiani, yes. And this is something whereby we even working with the county government so that we move some of this traders, people who send their vendors and by the roadside, and they go to a market so that you don't need to come to the roadside to sell. But it's extremely very difficult, because if we've had situations whereby markets are set aside, even here in Sokomjinga, but you still find people coming to the road. So in as much as we would want to walk around the same, and this is where the thing is, we need to, and I think the direction should be, as much as possible, we push this agenda to do with safety. It should not be just seen from a government lens point of view. It should be a personal responsibility. It should not be just government and government. And as we speak, even in fact for me, the discussion here today should be, how do we work as a team here, the five of us here, to work towards reducing one fatality happening today, or an injury or a crash, so that we move forward, rather than having to, because as we said, NTSA, together with the Ministry of Roads and Transport, we've put some of these policies, including the standards you're talking about, including speeding laws, including drink driving, including what you talked about, that why is it that you have a motorcycle pulling a whole chain or a whole sofa? These are some, it is at times good, you can put it in paper, but the question is, why do you have to? And every Kenyan knows that it's unsafe to do that, but you still want to do it just so that you are in coalition with the government. But it's not a must. You don't need to. We can always work towards, in fact, safeties. We see the future whereby there's no role of police on the road. So, I wish it would get to that.
So, if I'm on the road and I'm a pedestrian,
yes,
and a boda is pulling, a boda rider is pulling some, iron core. And I witness that. What should I do?
Yes, we have an app.
Code, yeah.
We have you can actually just through an NTSA app and share some of this information, and we can follow it as much, especially when we're able to identify. We've seen people share videos in the recent past of vehicles misbehaving or carrying children in a very unsafe manner, or people projecting their heads or hanging on top, and the national police have taken actions around the same. So in as much as possible, if you go to NTSA, it's an NTSA app, you can take any of those pictures and share, and even share with our platforms, and we have a number to that. So sharing alone will even share. I don't know whether it was this particular station or another station a while back which ran a shaming campaign, and it works. So let's all Kenyans work towards identifying. As I said before, there will be nowhere police officer will be on the road one against another. It's impossible.
Okay.
So we should always work together to ensure that we play our rightful role.
Joroge, there was some time back when I believe also with the involvement of NTSA and other bodies, whereby there was a call for road drivers to be retested. In road users to be retested in order to have licenses granted to them, right? We've seen most recently now that there are a number of motorcycle users for whom the data is showing have poor eyesight. That they were given licenses with a poor eyesight, because a poor eyesight is not something that just rocks up on you in the morning. It's over time, right? So do you think that would then be... Would that be a solution to some of the problems that we are seeing now? Have public service vehicle users retested, retooled to then be able to use roads, test for proper vision and all of these things? Would it work?
It will work. And that's why we have said, and I keep on repeating, and the other time when I was here, I said, particularly 6 years down the line, licenses were just issued by NTSA. People who have gone to school, people who have not gone to school. And the best remedy is to make sure that drivers are retested. One, you have to understand that health is very important, and it contributes to so many accidents, because you might get sick and you are having a license. So what we are saying, and we've been repeating this, is that drivers must, particularly those drivers who are carrying passengers, must be retested. And it can be even a year, because you are carrying lives. You take an example of somebody who is a pilot. They are properly tested. Why don't we test these drivers? How many, like now we are talking of 4,000 Kenyans lost their life. How many planes came down carrying 4,000 people? If it was only one carrying 200, everywhere you hear outcry. But when accidents happen on our road, we don't take that serious, and we just take as if it is normal. So it is very important for drivers to be retested. And we are saying, particularly at this time, we know what has been happening in NTSA. I think things will be corrected so that we make sure that the person who is driving that vehicle is competent. Second, we must think about our driving schools. What are our driving schools doing? We came even with a curriculum. I remember we followed it so that a driver taught in Kisumu and the driver taught in Mombasa, they are taught the same thing. But we have seen a lot of behaviors in our driving schools where they coordinate with NTSA officers. That is why if I continue blaming NTSA. I am not saying that we disband it. Somebody was telling me, no, we sack those people who are not working because they are employed by our own money. We make sure that they are sacked and they go, and we give competent people work so that we have a very stable NTSA, whereby they make sure that the driving schools are properly managed, because that is where everything starts. When you talk a vehicle cannot drive itself. The driver is the person who is involved. So we need to train our drivers properly. We need also to have a government school for training drivers. If that happens, then you'll see these accidents will come down. Agreed. Another thing, as Daktari was saying, I want to help him somewhere. Please try to make sure that all the people, there is one thing, as you're saying, police are few, NTSA, you cannot be everywhere. But why can't you let people self-regulate themselves? When we were dealing with Michuke, I was there. I was in his team. There was nothing to do with SACCOs, but when Matatus started self-regulating themselves and we came up with SACCOs, there was at least discipline. If we can have SACCOs and associations in this border sector, I am telling you it will work. We have tried. We know what was happening. We tried even to bring that of the self-regulation on the speed governor as suppliers. Why? Because how many people know what a speed governor is? And you have bought your car. I can put anything in your vehicle and I just collect that money. So that's why we need proper self-regulation so that you work proper and NTSA have proper teams.
If you listen to Bwana Njoroge, he's seemingly very passionate about this and the desire to want to reduce road carnage. But I'm just interested in your officers that I see on our highways, because I see vehicles, NTSA, sometimes maybe you run out of fuel or anything happens. I see them rushing with siren, they block the car and they have an engagement. Who are those and what do they do on the road? So why can't they help in reducing some of the accidents that we see happening?
Okay, there are a number of things which came out in the discussion, but just to start with what you're saying is that we are not on the roads. We work with the National Police on what you call joint enforcement, because I remember, as per Kenya's constitutions, the enforcer is the National Police Service.
Yes.
So I know in the past with vehicles once we handed over some of the after that enforcement functions. So you may see some of those green, but they are not our officers. They are not NTSA.
But the cars are branded NTSA on the driver doors.
The ones you're talking about must have been because. Either Kenya or because you don't run any vehicle with a siren, for that matter.
Wow, surprising.
Yes.
I will share with you some photos of
unless in the past, very long. You share that with me because.
But his question is very pertinent.
Let me finish. So that's number one. Number two, you talked about the issue to do with tests or retests, for that matter, or regular tests. This is something which is in. We've tried to put it into. We put it. We've been, the number two, I think we need to be very clear on two types of retests. Number one is the medical assessment to ensure that someone is medically fit to drive, and that's one aspect to it, which needs to be done regularly. Number two is the aspect to do with retesting the driver for the purpose of your skill and knowledge on the road, because we reckon that new roads have come, highways have come with interchanges and all that, and even some other drivers out of town may not be able to drive vehicles when they come to the city, for example. So that is something which them, as a matter of fact, if you see your license, it's not a permanent thing. You don't get it once in a lifetime. You get it on periodic basis, and that's why there's one for 1 year and there's one for 3 years. And you need to go historically where the rain began beating us, because NTSA came at the tail end, or at least in the last 10 years or so. Traditionally, issued with driving licenses was a function of carrier. And you remember, all of us, if you are old enough, then you know that you used to have the red book, which was issued by carrier. And at that time, it was issued not from a safety perspective, but from a revenue perspective. That's why it's called Kenya Revenue Authority. So when your passport is over, you walk into a counter, and then you get your license renewed. You remember something which was taken, and you go on. But the bottom line, why it was on periodic basis, is that you need to go to the person or the regulator to see, one, that you are still the same as you were before from a medical perspective, and that's why medical assessment needs to be done every other periodic time. The second part of it is that, are you able to do it? What we did in the regulations, you talked about the driving school regulations, that we introduced medical assessment, and that's one of the things we've begun running, so that now exact that aspect. So the next time, Bwana Kevin, if you come to renew your license, do not complain if I ask you to go for a medical test. It should not be a problem, and this is what Kenyans, we've been sued. People say, I have this driving license, why do you want to test my competency? And we've been stopped from doing that retest. But the bottom line is, why people always say, the way is that we would want to have a retest for PSV drivers, and we agree. But why is it that when it comes to me, our private vehicle, I want to say, no, I should not. I know better about myself. So we've been sued in the past around the same. But nevertheless, that is the policies there. Yes. I think you're going to have that aspect of retests of drivers once, so that now it's just like lawyers and everyone, this what you call CPD points. We'd want to professionalize this thing called driving, so that it is not something for, the low people. That in other countries, when a child 10 years, you say, what do you want to become when you grow up? You say, I want to become a bus driver, because it's a profession. And that's exactly the issue about professionalizing. The driving school is something, let me just finish this, it's very important. We have new driving curriculum. It has never been. The standardization is there. We have a law. We are now introducing this smart DL. The whole purpose is we want to introduce this thing called the merit point system, so that you don't need to go through a court process. If you have an infringement on law, then it is, because some people who can pay fines without having to, but they lose their license, then it's more important. A lot of discussions, I think, but I'll leave it at that.
Clearly, there is a lot to say about our road safety and road use. But the bottom line is that regardless of how you standardize and how many standards you revise, and the continuous bureaucracy, we are still losing lives. And the greatest of all countries that have been able to revise road carnage, if you look at the Norway, Sweden, because they have like 20 road accidents in a year, and that makes news. Sometimes even zero casualty from that, is because they have enforced on self-regulation, as Njeri was saying, that we evoke the consciousness of Kenyans that this is how you use the road for your own safety. But for that to happen, you as an authority must step up and make sure that that infrastructure is well set, from the road maps, from the bumps, from the signage, to sometimes back there it was clear that a three-wheeler should not be on a highway. But today you will see a tuk-tuk. And right next to it is what Kevin is saying, a double cabin written NTSA, driving hand in hand by next to a three-wheeler on a road. So this is what we are saying, that we as Kenyans, we want efficiency. We want an authority that is funded by Kenyans and does exactly what it's supposed to do, ensure road safety. So let's not have the narrative of we are doing, we'll be doing. We get into action, save life, and as Njeri says, whoever is not working competently, they step out and we save a life.
That's
and that brings us to 10 o'clock this morning. For real.
Yeah.
Important
I know,
for us,
right?
and it cannot be a 1 hour conversation,
Absolutely. I think
because there's a lot that needs to be done. But gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning. David Njeri, the Road Safety Association, and Dr. Duncan Kibogong, who is a Deputy Director, Road Safety Programs at NTSA. Thank you for being here this morning, and thanks for starting off the week with us, Josphat.
Thank
Kevin,
you so much.
well done.
Well,
you made it. You're still alive.
Oh, yeah,
Hand on heart, it's still beating.
And everybody drives safe.
But
My
tell
hot water is still
Kenyans to take care. Yeah, they take care. Let them not think that NTSA is there for them or the police. No, you take care during this festive
We have to be careful, no matter what it is. Be careful. You're making that road trip. Don't assume that everybody is
a responsibility.
It must be.
Make it your responsibility to be careful. Well done. Thank you so much, Kev. Well done.
Welcome. Thank you.
We'll talk again later, guys. Enjoy the rest of your listening. It's 10:01. Good morning.
Amazing.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Anti-Counterfeit Authority Board Chairperson Josphat has arrived at the Milimani Law Courts ahead of his prosecution on several corruption charges, including allegedly receiving more than